was caught unaware. My name is Amina Wako from Kenya. I represent the media. We are here today to get the report so that we can know how to tell the people and maybe also how the government can prepare in case of any eventuality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's try this table. Good morning, sir. Hello. Which country are you from and how was OND forecast and the situation at the moment in your country?
Yes, thank you. I'm from Somalia. Current situation in Somalia is drought. There is no rain, and also the people of the nomad people, they are feeling lack of water and also the pasture. I think there is quite starting from drought. I think they feel to get money support from or more interventionists from the community and also our partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This table also.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Merasin Meguran from Action Against Hunger, Horn and Eastern African Regional Office, in charge of food security and livelihoods. For today, I think you've asked about the OND. I was privileged to be part of the GHACOF 71. And the projections there then was that the rains will be very depressed, and true to the fact, that was the point. And yeah, communities are really struggling. And I think this also, the session today will also help us to share more information for communities to do proactive measures to address the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I suggest people in the back, we have a lot of space in here, so can we come to these areas?
Yeah.
Hello, this table.
Hi, how are you?
Madam,
Please go inside, please.
how are you? Good, good. Where are you from? Okay, kindly introduce yourself. Tell us about Tanzania during the OND season and if our forecast helped you get ready for the season.
So hello, my name is Happiness Francis Mbunza. I am a meteorologist from Tanzania Meteorological Authority. And I was here for the preparation of the GHACOF 72. But also I was part of the COF at Tanzania for both OND and for MAM. And so I would say that we basically incorporate the GHACOF forecast in our focus as well. And for AND, it really did help us to incorporate that in our national forecast. And I would say that because I also did the verification basing off the GHACOF forecast, it was actually very accurate for most of the northern part of Tanzania. So I would say that it was really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me go to this table. Good morning, madam. Good morning. How are you? How many member states does IGAD has? Introduce yourself on the way.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm Stella Nyamweya from KMD. I'm also the WMO Gender Focal Point. How many states? 10.
That's a lie. How many member states does IGAD has?
Are they 8? Yes. Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Djibouti. Am I almost? Yeah.
You did perfect. Thank you very much. Even though IGAD has, at the moment, 7 member states, We serve the region, including Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, with our climate information services. I'm heading here because I want Mr. Callistos to say something and maybe get us ready to receive our guests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Emebet. We just have 1 minute to start. Without wasting time, I'll call upon Dr. Banak to come in front to steer the first session. It will take like 15 minutes, then less even than 15 minutes, then we shall, by that time, we hope to have the guest of honor to preside over the opening ceremony. Dr. Banak.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, if you don't want to say good morning, then we don't have to greet ourselves. Good morning, everyone. That's better. I'm Banak Joshua. I come from South Sudan. I'm known to be the most senior TAG member, Technical Advisory Committee for DRR. So if you don't want to call my name Banak, if it's difficult, then you can call me senior. But it does not mean that I'm senior all the time. I can be senior sometimes. So, without wasting anything, I think I'm happy to see the old faces in good energy and also the new one. So you are most welcome. It is the first time for you to be part of this mission. We have very strict time, so the plenary session will start with the October to December, which is OND, 2025 session, climate performance. And we have only 7 minutes to do this. And I would like to call Herbert Messiani, forgive me if it is that not the pronunciation. Now you have only 7 minutes. And after that, you have Q&A for 5 minutes. So, Mr. Messiani, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Banak. I'll take you through the performance of the October to December rainfall season. I'll go through this quickly because we don't have time. So first, just to recap on what we presented during our OND forecast. We had inputs from different models, and most of them were suggesting that the eastern half of the region was going to be recording below average rainfall. Down here we have the average of the two modeling approaches. And again, what we see is that most models were suggesting that the region was going to receive below normal average rainfall. We then gave this final forecast, which showed that the same message across the region. Again, it was updated sometime in October, but with minimal changes in the forecast. So let's go straight to the what was observed. On the first panel, we see this is total precipitation received for the month of October, followed by the percent of normal precipitation, and the third is anomaly. Below, we have a number of wet days, followed by very high rainfall days, and maximum consecutive dry days, and which is defined by that. So we see during October, most of the western part of the region recorded quite substantial amount of rainfall. But looking at the anomaly, we see that the eastern horn, the eastern half, my pointer is not working, the eastern part of the region started to show below normal rainfall. When we go to maximum consecutive wet days, it follows through to the observed rainfall patterns and also the very high rainfall days. We see that mostly it was observed in the western parts of the region over Lake Victoria Basin and northwestern Ethiopia. So in October, this is the overall performance. We see below normal, drier than normal conditions over the eastern parts, especially in southern Somalia, eastern parts of Kenya, and we start to see some patterns emerge in the southern parts. SPIs also kind of give us the same signals. Moving on to November, the same panel show we have the same indicators. And now we see in November, looking at the anomalies, the third panel on the top, we see most of the region is becoming drier. However, when you look at the very high rainfall dates, we recorded a number of very high rainfall dates, which contributed to the observed rainfall we see up there. Over the Lake Victoria Basin, we recorded quite significant amount of rainfall, and that is because of those very high rainfall days. But when you look at the anomaly, we see that the region was below. So this confirms that scenario, and SPI also shows that most of the region was dry in November. In December, we start to see the shift of rainfall band to the south. Now we see some kind of improvements in the region. We'll see the drivers later on. Still, the eastern part is still indicating below normal signals. And this also confirms that scenario. So for the entire season, October to December, we see that substantial rainfall was recorded in the western part of the region, also in the border regions between Ethiopia and South Sudan. With regards to the anomaly, we see that most of the region recorded below normal average rainfall. And quite a number of patches recorded very high rainfall days. That is confirmed by these two figures. We see the Eastern Horn recording drier than normal conditions, and the SPS signal also showing the same. So looking at the onset of rainfall, we see that onset was established from between 15 and October 27 in the green zone, green shades. Then from November 3rd to 17, onset was established towards the southern parts of the region. Now, comparing the observed and just a few seconds, observed and forecast, we see that most of...
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thanks. The eastern parts of the region, we were able to get that. However, the southeastern parts, that include the Tanzania region, we were not able to get those signals. Some case studies, we saw some high rainfall recorded in the region, especially in Kenya, and this resulted in KMD giving some warnings. Looking at those, we see that rainfall was recorded over the western parts of the region during those particular days when there were warnings. The key drivers in subsidiary forecast, we have MJO was not active in most parts of the season, only in October. We had Kelvin waves playing an influence in the later part of December, which resulted in some high rainfall recorded in December. And we also had El Nino and IOD playing a significant role during this season. And we see the patterns there for each of the months. In terms of temperature, we see Timin was majorly below normal in places like South Sudan, southwestern Ethiopia, and northeastern Somalia. However, Tmax was mostly above normal. So this is a summary of the whole presentation. And we see that rainfall onset was established in most regions. Ongoing season is largely in line with the forecasts. And we see that MJO played minimal role. However, Kelvin Wave came in to influence intense rainfall during some months. We had global drivers such as IOD and ENSO playing a major role in the season. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Yeah, any quick reflections? We have 5 minutes for reflections or any queries. This is a question and answer. Please be quick if you want. Otherwise, I'm going to be very fast also. Yes. Any other hand? I would expect another hand somewhere else, say that I know you. Don't decide in the last minute. Okay, we have only one question at the moment. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you for your excellent presentation as well. Just one key question for you. You mentioned us.
Can you introduce yourself quickly, please, first? Introduce yourself quickly.
Sure. This is Asaminote Shoma, my name, from Ethiopia Meteorological Institute. So, key question for you. You mentioned us air temperature over southwestern parts of Ethiopia as well as northern part of Somalia was below normal during October, November, December season. So the question is, did you identify any potential mechanisms why minimum temperature below normal over the southwestern portions of Ethiopia and other portions as well?
We have not yet looked into that, but possible drivers could be cloudiness in those areas. We are talking about minimum temperatures, not the average temperature. So possible scenarios could be enhanced outgoing long wave radiation during the night. That could be one possible scenario. But we didn't go deeper into investigating why we recorded below normal temperatures.
Thank you. Any other quick one? Or we are done? That was clear. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now you can take your seat. Thank you very much. It's still morning. It's still very good morning. Can we give him a clap for that? Very clear. The next clap should be louder. Now, I'm seeing movement maybe. We will start with our traditional sectors. But in case you have seen some dignitaries coming in, we will stop there and then we will continue after the official opening. Is the disaster risk management, which has been given 8 minutes, is ready. Disaster risk management team. Your 8 minutes have already started.
Good morning. I'm Vincent Okoth and I'll be presenting the disaster management team sectoral analysis for OND 2025. So just to have an overview of the different disasters that impacted the region, we had floods, drought, fire, a couple of epidemics across the region, and the total affected people are around 10.6 million. In terms of total deaths, we lost 1,800 people due to the different disasters across the region. Just to break down the statistics, In terms of the affected, disaggregated into male, female, children, elderly, and people with disabilities, we have 5 million, 5.1, 5.4, 4.7, 424,000 and 100,000 approximately for the affected across the region. For deaths, only Uganda reported on the deaths, that is 19 for male, 16 for female, and 18 for children. And then also we tried to statistically disaggregate the numbers displayed in terms of displacement. In terms of the infrastructure affected, we had water supply, residential, schools, hospital, roads, railways, bridges, and power lines across the region due to the aforementioned disasters. And then just a little diving into the displacement. Compared to the previous season, we witnessed some downward trend, which is quite positive for the OND season. And if we look at the matrix on the left, most displacement basically occurred on October, with the majority of displaced person being in Ethiopia, followed by Sudan. By disasters type, we had a floods take a lead, followed by drought, mass movement, earthquakes, and storms. And then in terms of the monthly displacement for October, we had conflict and disaster-related displacement, and for November, we had a decline, but also for both categories. These are just some of the graphics. For instance, the drought that hit Somalia during the season. There was also a landslide in Uganda. So the photo on the right is before, and on the left is after the disaster occurred. We have also some graphics from South Sudan for floods, and then some from Kenya for the landslide and mudslide that occur. And South Sudan also reported some forest fire. And then some of the mitigation measures that were taken during the start of the season include dissemination of information through various sources, through various means, such as bulk SMS, radios, bulletins, and press releases to various communities across the region. There are also physical engagements with the potentially affected communities that identify spots. And then Somalia specifically purchased insurance to safeguard its citizenry from drought. There are also some countries did some contingency planning with humanitarian partners. I think South Sudan is one of them. And then for Uganda, they resettled the vulnerable households in flood-affected districts. And then I think across the countries, there were early resource mobilization efforts. Some of the good practices that from the season include, this is a case study of Somalia, that is, they invested in anticipatory action to reduce the disaster impact in terms of the insurance purchases they made for their citizenry. And then also, we observed prepositioning of resources for response in hotspot areas. And then finally, there were gender-sensitive approaches to ensure vulnerable populations were prioritized during emergencies. And that brings me to the end of the DRMA presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Disaster Risk Management Team. Just a minute there. Any comeback? Any questions or comments? Yes? Introduce your name quickly.
Yeah, I'm Isaac Mugume from Uganda, holding the portfolio of PR, Met Uganda. So I'm curious on the presentation made regarding the decreasing trend of displacement, OND. And my question to that effect is, what is causing this decrease in this trend? Is it that people are getting the message? And if you may, if you are to disaggregate in the different countries, partner states, where is it evident so that we can draw lessons? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you walk to your place and then you answer that later, because I'm told that I should continue with the rest. Thank you, yeah. Agriculture and food security. Agriculture and food security. You have, I don't know why we give you 10 minutes, perhaps because it is food. Yeah, so I want to hear more. I want to hear more about our food. Food security. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and Happy New Year to you. I think we've not met.
You need help?
Yeah, I do. Okay, thank you very much, and welcome to this presentation for agriculture and food security. So I just wanted to give a context that during October to December season, this is a season that mainly benefits the bimodal areas of the equatorial parts, and also is a main harvesting season in the northern areas of the region, and also in the unimodal areas of equatorial area. So to start with some of the positive impacts. So long range harvest, for example, maize, improved household food access in producing areas. And an example is reduction in imports of maize and beans by 30% and 7% due to carryover stocks and domestic harvest. And this was in Kenya. And also some food price reduction in parts of South Sudan due to the GHACOF harvest, and also in parts of Uganda. There were also good moisture conditions in some parts of the region, like in Burundi. Controlled environment agriculture was practiced. In Djibouti, this was actually for around approximately 15 hectares across 5 regions, producing mainly vegetables and cutting imports by 20% to 30%. Also, there was the case of urban food prices declining by 5 to 7 due to improved port efficiency and trade stabilization in Djibouti. So, also agri-tech SME growth supported by the Startup Act. So this was an act that was started in 2025 in Djibouti that enabled drone monitoring and digital producer to market links. So this was one of the good practices in Djibouti. Dry conditions in November and December improved harvesting and post-harvesting handling in parts of Ethiopia and Kenya. Overall good harvest performance for main season crops in Ethiopia, as you can see from the crop harvesting performance in OND down there. Also the security zone, has expanded, improved in most states in Sudan. So this is just some of the impact pictures showing some of the good positive impacts from the season. And now going to the negative impacts, delayed onset, below normal rains, poor distribution of OND rains, particularly in some parts of Kenya, Djibouti, Burundi, also Ethiopia. So these actually led to delayed planting, poor germination, and moisture stress for the crops. Also, an expectation of below average harvests. And I can give an example. This was from NDMA, like parts of Kajiado experience up to 90% failure. Embu production was about 80% below the average, the long-term average, among others. There were also loss of seeds, household debt for early planted crops. So also yield reduction to total crop loss in southern and southern Ethiopia for the main season. Also reduced household food availability. So I just took a snapshot of some of the decision support tools, and you can see that in Akaba in Somalia, the area was totally under severe water deficit, 100%, poor vegetation for 83%, and poor rainfall in 85%. And also this is an example in Tharaka in Kenya, which also had a lot of these stress conditions. Excessive rainfall also disrupted harvesting and grain drying, and this was in parts of unimodal parts of Kenya, and it led to around 5 to 10% loss, post-harvest loss. Drought-related production shortfalls and water scarcity disrupted supply chains, contributing to localized price increases for food. Pest and disease incidents, for example, fall armyworm and bacteria whale in Mwea scheme, also the case of Quilia bats in Kisumu and Kirinyaga. Also in Sudan, farmers lost critical assets after conflict led to widespread theft of farm infrastructure. So there was also a case of the other extreme, localized flooding and waterlogging, particularly in Uganda. And in district, Bulambuli district, for example, it washed away around 2,700 acres of farmland. And also in Serere, 250 farms was actually waterlogged. There were also case of cool temperatures and frost in typical islands parts of Ethiopia. So on this one, delayed onset and prolonged dry spells were actually reported in most parts of the region. So now on some of the measures, timely farmer access to farmer recommended inputs through subsidized fertilizer and e-vouchers in Kenya. Also the issuance of the early warning information through GHACOFs. Case of emergency food distribution, like the food vouchers, cash transfers, among others. Climate services informed and provided resourceful data, development of a jointly prepared report by the Food Security and Nutrition Technical Working Group in Kenya. Small-scale irrigation promoted in Burundi. There was also a shift towards climate-smart investment planning, like greenhouses in Djibouti, and also federal government of Somalia declared nationwide drought emergency as a result of the drought condition. So I just wanted to show these graphics to show particularly the drought conditions that actually happened during the season, particularly in the eastern parts of the season. So this is all the way from October, every 10 days, to January. And it actually gives even an indication of showing that in some of the areas, like in some of the cropping areas in Somalia, that there was actually likelihood of below average production to even failure. Thank you. This is my last slide. So this is the caseload in terms of food insecurity from IPC, showing that the caseload, those in IPC phase 3 and above, are actually 34 million for IGAD countries, but when you add now ICPA countries, including Burundi and Tanzania, it increases to 36 million. So the caseload is still high, and this is actually being driven by a number of factors, including conflicts, climatic shocks, displacement, economic crisis, and also the case of shrinking humanitarian funding. So thank you very much. This is acknowledgement for all that contributed to this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Agriculture and Food Security team. Ladies and gentlemen, we will pause for a while from now, and then we resume later after we'll hand back to ECPAC. When we resume, it will be an opportunity for livestock and rangelands, so please prepare as I hand over the mic to ECPAC. Callisto. You can clap for me now, although I don't. They say if you don't ask, it is not given. So we have to ask.
morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Ahmed. I'm a program lead at ICPAC, and we will be starting our official opening ceremony this time. But first of all, I would like to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno. Sir, welcome. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of ICPAC Director, Dr. Abdi Fida, and also would like to acknowledge the presence of, or representative of Ms. Hobisley Sokonsa, Director of WMO Regional Office for Eastern and Southern Africa, and all dignitaries, delegates, delegates from our member states, our technical and resource partners present, please feel welcome. This is the 72nd edition of the Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum that ICPAC, the specialized institution of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, is organizing. It's one of the major regional climate forums that brings not only the climate experts, but also the various sectors, providing a perfect opportunity to discuss the upcoming season and also co-create and co-develop advisories, what needs to be done much in advance. With those few remarks, colleagues, I now invite Mr. Peter Masika, I hope he's in the room, to come and lead us in the lineup of our speakers for this official ceremony. From my side, welcome to the 72nd edition of Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. Thank you.
Good morning. I think I will do it from this side. Before we kick off with our opening session, I wish to invite Kalistas Wachana to lead us with a minute of silence for one of us.
Okay, thank you, Masika. We just want to have 1 minute in the honor of our late GHACOF champion, Dr. John Pangej from South Sudan, who passed on last year in Uganda. Let us just rise up for 1 minute of silence, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mine is just to welcome you once again to this session, opening session. Chief guest, Engineer Dr. Festus Ngeno, Dr. Abdi, Director ICPAC, Dr. Joshua Gaina, representing the WMO Sub-Regional Office Director. I do welcome you to this session where we are going to give to listen to some remarks from our chief guest. And at this point, let me welcome Dr. Joshua Gaina from WMO to give his remarks. Dr. Joshua.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning once again. It's start of the week. I believe all of us have had a rested week. And without much further ado, first I want to recognize the presence of our chief guest, Engineer Festus Ngeno, the IGAD Officer-in-Chief, or Dr. Abdifida. Allow me to say all protocols observed. I take this opportunity for this, on behalf of the WMO Regional Office, for this 72nd Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum held here in Kenya for the season March, April, May. And as the theme of this event is on advancing climate services for resilient communities and sustainable development in the Greater Horn of Africa. On behalf of the WMO Regional Office, I want to first sincerely appreciate ICPAC, which continues to provide or to lead these Outlook forums. And as a WMO designated center, wish to reiterate or express the commitment of WMO to continue supporting these regional initiatives. I will also take this opportunity to thank the government of Kenya, which has continuously provided support. I think last season, Kenya hosted again this event, and we sincerely, on behalf of the regional office, thank you. I wish to acknowledge a number of initiatives that WMO, through its office, continue to support the region as well as the country in terms of ensuring that weather and climate information services are optimized. I know IGAD is one of the regions where we say climate hazards interact better than ourselves. And I think we have so many initiatives that continue to effortlessly ensure that communities are better protected. And in this regard, my call to all of us is to continue strengthening the relationship between different institutions to ensure that we are able to deliver the last mile. We always say that whether if not utilized by the end users, even if the information is early, but the end users are unable to take advantage of the information being given, then at the end of the day, we will not be able to make any meaningful impact. And on this regard, I acknowledge the support from different partners who continue to ensure that we are able to deliver this last mile in terms of ensuring weather and climate information reaches the people who deserve it the most. I will also, as I come towards the conclusion of basically my remarks, is acknowledge the different efforts in the region towards ensuring that we deliver early warning for all. And with these regards, I know different efforts ongoing in different countries continue to ensure that everyone, not only the national med and hydrological services, but also ensuring that every other partner, either contributing directly to climate information, is able to sustain the complete value chain. Allow me at this point, again, to welcome all our participants who have come from far and wide, different countries, in terms of WMO being based here in Nairobi as well, to request or to advise that you feel at home. And I wish you all a fruitful deliberation. Thank you so much.
Let us appreciate him once again. Chief Guest, we are honored to have this sub-regional office within Kenya. I may say that it was hosted within KMD, Kenya Meteorological Department, but recently they moved it to Ngigiri, UNEP, but we still wish to have them within our compound. And I think, Chief Guest, we can talk on that so that you can bring them back to KMD. Allow me at this point to call Director ICPAC to make his remarks.
Good morning. Let me first acknowledge the presence of Principal Secretary of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Dr. Engineer Festus Geno. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Joshua, representing WMO, Jonathan, representing AGRA, and other guests. You are welcome, first. Particularly those of us who come outside Kenya, you will have an opportunity to see the capital city of North Africa by East Africa. One of the best and the most beautiful cities in our continent. You will have an opportunity to see the wealth, wildlife, safaris, all those things, lakes in Kenya. So you will have that opportunity. It is therefore my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 72nd Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum here in Nairobi, Kenya today. On behalf of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and particularly IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Kenya for graciously hosting this event in Nairobi today. Kenya continues to demonstrate a strong leadership in climate action, regional cooperation, and resilience building, and we are deeply grateful for its continued support to IGAD institutions in Kenya and to the advancement of climate services across the Greater Horn of Africa region. Distinguished participants, the Horn of Africa region remains one of the most vulnerable regions to climate variability and extreme weather events globally. Recurrent droughts, flash floods, intense heat waves, expanding land gradation are experienced in our region. These realities reinforce the critical importance of GHACOF as a regional platform for consensus building, shared understanding of climate risks, and coordinated early action. Over the years, ICPAC working closely with the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, line ministries, World Meteorological Organizations, and other development partners has made significant progress in strengthening regional climate prediction, monitoring, and the delivery of user-oriented climate services. GHACOF remains central to this effort, serving as a mechanism for co-producing seasonal climate outlook and translating climate information into actionable for key sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, a major recent milestone for the region is the IGAD Regional Framework for Climate Services, launched in September 2025 during the second Africa Climate Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The framework provides a coordinated, user-centered approach to strengthening the generation, dissemination, and application of climate services across our region. However, it's important to highlight that the true value of this framework will be realized through effective implementation, strong coordination, and sustained partnership. In this regard, ICPAC stands ready to work closely with the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, sectoral institutions, development partners, research and academia institutions, the private sector, and civil society to develop and implement joint action plan that operationalize the framework at regional, national, and subnational levels. Such collaboration is essential to ensure that climate information effectively supports anticipatory action, disaster risk reduction, climate resilient development, and long-term planning across the Horn of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, GHACOF 72 provides a timely opportunity to further strengthen partnership, enhance cross-sector and cross-border collaboration, and advance the co-production of climate services that responds directly to user needs. I encourage all of us to engage actively in this opportunity, express their experience, share what they know, and learn from one another. Once again, let me thank the government of Kenya for hosting this platform. Thank you.
Thank you again. Chief guest is not a laughing stock. This is another institution which is hosted in Kenya. This is another institution which was again hosted within the compound of KMD. And again, it moved to Ngong. That was not an issue. We know they are still working well when they are on that side with KMD, or rather with Kenya. And also they are serving the region as expected. Otherwise, we appreciate ICPAC. They are also again within our compound in another way, or in one way or the other. At this point, allow me to call the Director of Kenya Meteorological Department, who is also the PR of Kenya within WMO, who will make his remarks. And before he makes his remarks, of course, he will introduce his counterparts who are within this room. After that, he will invite the PS to make his remarks, after which we'll call Mr. Muga, who will make vote of thanks. And after vote of thanks, I think he will guide us next. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Masika, MC. Dr. Engineer Festus Ngenyo, Principal Secretary in our State Department, Joshua Ngaina, representing WMO, PRs that are represented here, Dr. Abdi Fidar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, before I make my remarks, I wish to recognize the PRs who are in the house. There are not too many. Please just make your way to the podium. Please come here. Just come over and let me get another mic, please. Just take a minute. These are the directors of the various Met departments in their countries, as well as the permanent representatives with WMO, very key people as far as climate information services and Met services are concerned. And they will just take a minute just to introduce themselves and the country they represent. I am being informed that there are others who are represented. If you're here and you're representing your PR, kindly, quickly make your way to the podium. Do you have an extra mic? Yes. Please proceed.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you all. My name is Wilbert Timiza Muruke from Tanzania Meteorological Authority. I'm representing the PR of Tanzania with WMO, Dr. Ladislaus Changa, who is also the IPCC Vice Chair. He could not be here with us due to other assignment which he was assigned before this session. So I send his greeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gahigi Aimable, Director General for Rwanda Meteorology Agency and PR of Rwanda. I'm happy to be with you during this gathering, and I wish we're just going to get more connected through other interaction. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mohammed Ismail Noor. I'm the Director General of National Meteorological Agency of Djibouti. I'm PR of Djibouti with WMO. Happy New Year, all.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hanan Rabbah, Director General of Sudan Meteorological Authority and PR of Sudan. I'm happy to be here in this very important event, discussing many things relating to the climate issues, and happy to see you all again in this COP. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bagononayo de Gracias, Director of Hydrometeorological Department and PR of Burundi with WMO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Isaac Mugume. I am Assistant Commissioner Weather Forecasting Services in the Department of Meteorological Services. I'm representing the PR Uganda, and he sends you warm regards. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mojoko Gaumoto, Director of South Sudan Meteorological Service. I am grateful to ECPAC for organizing the GHACOF, and I appreciate the government of Kenya for hosting this activity. It is a pleasure to be here to participate and interact with colleagues from various institutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Charlie Devele Gorgi. I'm working as a lead executive officer for climate change. Today I'm here by representing AMI PR. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate them as they take their seats. Thank you, thank you. So good morning once again, and it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 72nd Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. This is the GHACOF 72 here in Nairobi. I also take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to ECPAC for selecting Kenya as the host for this significant event. Your presence here today highlights the importance of our collective efforts in addressing the challenges posed by climate change in our region. I wish to state that climate change and extreme weather events are no longer a distant threat, but a clear and present danger in our region. And early warning services play a crucial role in mitigating these risks and provide timely and effective information that allows individuals, communities, and organizations to prepare and respond appropriately to climate-related hazards. The last rainfall season's forecast, October, November, December 2025 here in Kenya, indicated below normal to near normal rainfall in most parts of our country. And the post-season analysis reports indicate that most of the country recorded below average rainfall with poor distribution, especially in the ASAL areas. Here again in the country, the drought situation is worsening due to the poor performance of the OND rains. And in the month of December, one county, this is Mandera, remained at alarm's drought phase. 13 ASAL counties have also been classified under the normal drought phase, while 9 counties deteriorated to the alert phase. That's why the information that will be generated from this event and the subsequent ones is very crucial for us as a country and even in the other respective countries for planning and decision making. And this information paints a very dire picture of food, water, and pasture security in the counties that I've mentioned. But I am glad to note that our forecasts as a region have become more accurate and reliable, and that they are being used at national and subnational levels for planning and decision making. KMD and other Met services in the GHACOF, in the IGAD region, continuously provide accurate weather and climate information for the safety of life, protection of property, and conservation of the natural environment, not only at national level, as I've said, but also to the grassroots through the sub-county or subnational levels. Our efforts are further strengthened through the National Climate Outlook Forum. For us here at KMD, next week we shall be having the National Climate Outlook Forum that will generate the national forecast. Then after that, the 47 counties will equally downscale this to their respective counties. And this is what is happening even for the rest of the countries. The co-produced products have significantly enhanced decision-making at the national and county levels. They have informed policy and increased the community's capacity to cope with climate-related challenges through proper planning. Collaboration and partnership remain some of our core means to deliver weather, because we realize that we cannot work alone. So that collaboration has remained very, very key in the delivery of weather and climate information services to the people of Kenya and also to the region. And this is also replicated in the GHA member states. Strategic partnerships will not only support, but strengthen and coordinate development, delivery, and use of climate services. That is why these fora have become very, very critical in our calendar, because they help us to co-create and co-deliver and even co-produce advisories related to various sectors. This facilitates decision-making processes and helps to address climate-related risks at all levels. As I conclude, I wish to emphasize that our commitment to protecting our environment and building resilience against climate change. I am confident that through our continued collaboration, innovation, and dedication, we can achieve a sustainable and resilient future for our region. With these remarks, I wish to thank the organizers and also wish that you will all have fruitful discussions and a very successful forum. Thank you. Allow me now to welcome our chief guest, the Principal Secretary, State Department. Let's be upstanding even as he comes over. Let's put our hands together as he comes. Karibu PS.
Just it. Thank you so much, Muriuki, who is our director at KMD. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Kenya. We really, truly appreciate your being here. And we recognize your presence, and we are grateful that this 72nd GHACOF meeting is happening here, organized by the various partners, especially ICPAC and the like. And for the guests who have come, delegates who have come from outside Kenya, again, on behalf of the government of Kenya, we truly welcome you, feel at home, and enjoy your stay here in Kenya. Truly, as my colleagues mentioned, the WMO and ICPAC were all hosted at KMD, but they grew. And as in every family, when kids grow, they are supposed to go out of the house, isn't it? So they have gone and we really appreciate, but they still maintain their presence. You know, the beauty, they have not left the country. They are within the, the country, the borders of Kenya, and we really appreciate them. Maybe when we transition KMD to be a state corporation and running on its own, they might find more reason why they can come back to still stay within the campus. But we really, truly appreciate the collaboration between Kenya Meteorological Department of Services, ICPAC, and WMO in that regard. Thank you so much for supporting us as a country and the region at large. The rep of WMO, that is Joshua Ngaina, Dr. Abdi from ICPAC, various delegates from various regions, 13 or 11 countries of IGAD, our member states, distinguished scientists, practitioners, and private sector representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and pleasure to welcome you to Nairobi, as I've indicated earlier, and to officially open the 72nd Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, GHACOF 72. On behalf of the government and the people of Kenya, I extend a warm welcome to the national, regional, and international participants who have traveled from across the Greater Horn of Africa and beyond to join us here today. And as indicated, you are truly, truly welcome to Kenya. This forum, ladies and gentlemen, is convened under the timely and important theme, Advancing Climate Services for Resilient Communities and Sustainable Development in the Greater Horn of Africa. I must say that this theme resonates strongly with our shared regional priorities and global commitments. Across the world, climate change is increasingly shaping development trajectories. Communities are facing more frequent and intense droughts, floods, heat waves, and storms. Events that threaten food security, water resources, livelihoods, infrastructure, and ecosystems. And ladies and gentlemen, these challenges are more pronounced closer home in the ICAD region, a region highly vulnerable to climate variabilities and extremes, yet rich in resilience, innovation, and opportunities. And building resilient communities and achieving sustainable development requires that climate risks are no longer treated as external shocks, but are fully integrated into the planning, investment, and decision-making processes. And that climate services, when timely, credible, and user-driven, provide a powerful bridge between climate science and practical actions. Climate services enable governments, communities, the private sector to anticipate risks, plan ahead, and take early action. They support the farmers to make informed farming decisions, pastoralists to manage grazing pastures and mobility, health systems to anticipate disease outbreaks, energy planners to optimize generation, and disaster management agencies to take early actions to protect lives and their livelihoods. Equally important, ladies and gentlemen, is the shift from producing climate information to co-producing climate services, ensuring that information is accessible, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of users at regional, national, and community levels. And therefore, platforms such as GHACOF exemplify this approach by bringing together scientists, sector experts, policymakers, and users to jointly interpret climate outlooks and translate them into actionable guidance. And this is so important for us even as we meet as scientists and climate practitioners. Like today in the afternoon with my KMD director, we are supposed to be meeting our head of public service to discuss the challenges that we are having, especially on the 13 counties and the 9 counties that are facing challenges on the droughts. I'm an engineer by profession, but I'm not a climate scientist like him. So I need to be supported from the facts and data. Last week, we had a meeting hosted by His Excellency, the Deputy President, with all the development partners. And there was push to declare, for example, that this drought is a national disaster. But I think the scientists did inform government on the right thing to do. And therefore, we depend on you in terms of delivery of that service. So when you sit here as the region, ICAD, I know next week you are doing the national outlook for Kenya, and of course cascading down to the various counties, it is important that you provide the right information. We depend on, and I usually say, this is not an issue of feelings, it's an issue of science, isn't it? And therefore, as you deliver this information, make sure you deliver it accurately. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is proud to be an active regional and global leader in advancing climate services. At the international level, Kenya continues to champion climate action and resilience, including through its engagement in the UNFCCC processes and preparations, including participation in the various COPs, where climate information and early warning systems remain central to adaptation and loss and damage discussions. And I've seen quite a number of my colleagues from the Climate Change Directorate represented here. At the regional level, Kenya was honored to be part of the endorsement of the Regional Framework for Climate Services during the Second Africa Climate Summit last September in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And this milestone, ladies and gentlemen, provides a coordinated mechanism for strengthening climate services across ICAD and EAC member states. At the national level, the government of Kenya launched its National Framework for Climate Services in March 2025, providing a structured platform for coordination among producers, intermediaries, and users of climate information. Additionally, Kenya aligned itself with the Global Early Warning for All initiative, and we launched the National Early Warning Initiative in 2025, reaffirming our commitment to ensuring that every Kenyan is protected by timely and effective early warning systems. Kindly note that the President of the Republic of Kenya is a designated WMO champion by the UN as the early warning for all champion. And therefore, we provide that leadership in that regard at that highest level. These efforts underscore our belief that our climate services are not a luxury, but a fundamental public good essential for resilience and sustainable development. To sustain and scale these gains, strong institutions, ladies and gentlemen, and enabling legislations are essential. And I'm pleased to know that Kenya is currently spearheading a national meteorological services bill now before Parliament. Just to inform you, we are just waiting for Senate to convene. We were to deliver this as a gift for Christmas last year. We missed it by a whisker. As soon as Senate convenes, that's the last part of it. As soon as they approve the bill, then the Kenya Meteorological Services would now transition to be a state corporation, which is a big milestone for us as a country. And we want to ask you on the onset to start supporting KMD as a state corporation. Don't look at it again as a department. I have only few months with them to be on their own. And we are working closely with Parliament in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill seeks to strengthen the legal and institutional mandate of the Kenya Meteorological Department to deliver high-quality climate and weather services with national and international obligations. And furthermore, we are engaging with the Kenyan legislators, as I have mentioned, both the National Assembly and the Senate, to explore innovative and sustainable financing mechanisms, including consideration of allocation of a portion of the proceeds, for example, from the air navigation services to support the Kenya Meteorological Department or a state corporation for that matter. And such investments will enhance observational networks, forecasting capacity, and last mile service delivery, directly contributing to resilience and sustainable development across the country. This is an important thing that we are working as a government, and I want to assure you that on or before June or July of this year, we will have transitioned KMD to be a state corporation. As I conclude, GHACOF 72 provides a critical platform for sharing knowledge, strengthening partnerships, and aligning climate information with decision making needs across sectors and borders. I encourage you to engage actively, share experiences openly, and ensure that the outcomes of this forum translate into concrete actions that benefit our communities. I wish you fruitful deliberations and productive discussions over the next 2 days. As you enjoy your stay in Nairobi, I also invite you to take time to experience our rich natural heritage, including a visit to the iconic national park, which is just across here, and enjoy the great city of Nairobi. With those few remarks, it is now my honor and privilege to officially declare the GHACOF 72 officially open. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Asante sana.
Let us appreciate him once again. Thank you very much, PS. Indeed, he is very much supportive to KMD. And like you said, we are hopeful that we are going to be transited. With your permission, Chief Guest, allow me to call Dr. Zeyu Umar, Director of UNDP, Resilience Amp for Africa, to give a keynote address. Oh, sorry, Chief Guest, I'm told that Dr. Zeyu is on his way, and since we want you to listen to one of okay, change of program. The PS is leaving, and as such, let me call Chief Guest and those who have spoken for a pot to invite them for a pot on the podium, please. All those who have spoken, and WMO, and the PRs, please, PRs, all the PRs from the region, please step front. Sit there. Please come forward. We invite the
second photo will be done outside with all the participants. We have a garden that is already set.
Kindly let us have a group of photo, then we come back. Let us have a group of photo, then we come back and we proceed. Thank you. Please come in. Banak, you will continue with where you left. Abado, Jaiba. Just come in, please. Hello, Gopel. Yes. Just come, please. David. Don't wait. Just come in, please. Hello. Please get settled. Kindly come in, please. Time is not on our side. Attention, attention. I would like to make an announcement. Okay, this is the announcement. There are some slight changes on the program. I will call upon Dr. Banak to come and continue with his session. After finishing his session, we shall have a keynote address on advancing climate services for resilient communities and sustainable development in the Great Horn of Africa. Jacqueline will be representing the director of the UNDP Resilient Hub for Africa. Then it will be followed by a presentation from Vice President Agra, Jonathan Said. He will be presenting on transforming Africa's food system for changing climate, Agra's role in resilience, sustainability, and equity. Without much ado, please allow me to call on Dr. Banak to continue with this session. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Calesto. First, I want to appreciate ICPAC for recognizing our late brother, John Pangaj. I think that's a very good gesture. So he has been working with us and for the region for many years. So thank you very much for that. As we have to continue now, we have livestock and rangelands. You have 8 minutes. Please, livestock representatives.
So as they upload. Okay. Good. Thank you very much to all of you. I'm making presentation on behalf of and the 5 countries that reported. That is Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda, actually 6. And I like to thank the focal points that gave us this report that we are representing. So on the positive side is that positive or? Yes, on the positive side is that past year regeneration from average performance of OND season, and that was reported by Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. Then stable improved livestock prices in those same countries. Then regeneration of natural and artificial ponds, opportunities for rainwater harvesting and rehabilitation of water catchments as reported by Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda. And then improved body conditions, which led to increased productivity and better conception and calving and kidding in Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan. And then temporary recharge of surface water, that is in parts of Dikhil and Al-Sabia, that is in Djibouti. Then short-lived pasture, regeneration in limited pockets, minimal pests and diseases. And then reduced post-harvest losses due to dry weather in parts of Ethiopia. And then there was an increase of fishing activities in the region of El Parsakal and parts of Upper Nile, that is in South Sudan. And on the negative side, which is normally the biggest portion, is below normal or poorly distributed rainfall limits, which limited pasture and water. Then increased livestock disease outbreaks and certain deaths, especially in Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. And then flash floods, which led to material damages, that is farms, roads, as well as livestock deaths, specifically in South Sudan. But the affected countries were Djibouti, South Sudan, Uganda. And then deterioration of livestock body condition, reduced productivity and slump in market value, Djibouti, Ethiopia. And then increase in trekking distance to access water and pasture, which contributes to a source of conflict and incidence of malnutrition among children, pregnant, and lactating mothers, that is Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan. And then cold and frost conditions in highlands, which negatively affected animal health in Ethiopia. And then localized heat stress, especially in Afar, Somali, and the Gambela regions of Ethiopia. So the summary of observed seasonal changes of the OND is delayed onset of rains, irregular rainfall, and distribution below average, that is for Djibouti, Kenya, Somalia, and Uganda. Then unusual extreme rainfall event causing flash floods in urban and peri-urban areas, that is Djibouti and Uganda. And then unusual above normal stroke below normal temperatures and localized heat stress in Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya. So there was delayed state of rainfall, which was followed by intense, erratic, and heavy downpour. And on implementation of the impacts of climate services and advisories in OND, is that climate advisories, early warning, supports preparedness actions in Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia. And then disease surveillance and control continued in Djibouti, Kenya. Surveillance and vaccination vaccine distributions, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. Then storage of crop residue, fodder storage in Ethiopia. And then fodder and water provision and water harvesting, Kenya, Somalia, Uganda. And coordination between government agencies, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda. Then peace dialogues between farmers and cattle keepers to minimize conflict in South Sudan. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. That was precise. So thank you very much. Now to save time and then also to save me a little bit of energy, I will call upon the climate-induced conflict and displacement. You have 7 minutes, followed by water resources and energy, 10 minutes, and then health, 8 minutes, and then media, 7 minutes. So please follow this sequence. So now I call upon climate-induced conflict and displacement presenter. It's not here? Okay, now water resources and energy. Water resources and energy. That will be followed by health and media. Please prepare.
Good morning. Welcome to this presentation for the water and energy sector. Yes, I'll be presenting a consolidated report on the impacts of the OND season for the water and energy sector. We had contributions from 10 member states. That was Burundi, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. In general, the impacts were varied across the different member states, ranging from normal conditions to floods, droughts, landslides in some areas, as I'm going to take you through the next slides. Yes, for countries where OND is the major rain season, they reported good water availability for various uses, but also for countries that were coming from a relatively wet GHACOF, they also reported good water availability. And as you can see from the photos on the right-hand side, these countries included Burundi, Ethiopia, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda. So for Burundi, Tanzania, and Uganda, they also reported stable water levels in most of the major reservoirs and lakes. In Kenya also, they reported increased flows, especially in the Lake Victoria and Rift Valley basins. And because of this good water availability and high water levels, there was good hydropower production and increased groundwater recharge that was reported by Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Sudan, Uganda. There were no floods this time in Somalia and Tanzania, and as such, there was no damage to infrastructure. Also in Tanzania, we noted that there was reduced erosion and sedimentation in rivers. And for Ethiopia and Rwanda, ecosystem services and wetlands were sustained. A look at the negative impacts. Basically, there were floods and landslides that were reported in Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Burundi, Uganda, and I think there was one major event of a flash flood reported in Djibouti due to extreme rainfall. Some of these are indicated on the right-hand side, incidences of floods in Rwanda, the increased flows in the Nile in Sudan, and also flash floods in Uganda. We also noticed that there was a decline in water levels reported in Kenya. This decline in water levels, especially in the hydropower reservoirs, especially in the Lake Tana Basin. There was also reduced water availability that was reported in Somalia, Djibouti, Tanzania, and some parts of northeastern Uganda. There was also reduced water availability, rather increased conflict over shortage of water and the poor quality of water that was reported in Kenya, especially in the Marsabit area. Some photos are indicated at the bottom there. And also the case in point here for reduced water is also for Jebele River in Somalia, Shabele River in Somalia, where the water levels were also declining. So also in Sudan and Kenya, they reported loss of water due to increased high evaporation from the dams and the ponds. Now, look at a summary of the observed seasonal changes for the water sector. Below average inflows were reported, especially in the Lake Tana Basin, for 5 major reservoirs used for hydropower. As you can see on the right-hand side, for all those reservoirs that are necessary for hydropower in Kenya, like Masinga, Kamburu, they are all below the supply level. Below normal rainfall was also reported by Djibouti, Uganda, and Somalia. There was delayed onset of rain and high temperatures reported by Uganda. Some incidences of dry spells and drought reported in Tanzania and Djibouti. Increased Nile flows, as I already said that, for Sudan. What was also observed in South Sudan is that there was increased Nile flows. There was unusual water levels peaking earlier than normal, especially in the eastern basins. But also for Kenya, there was prolonged dry spells, and which led to increased evaporation and which led to reduced water availability in most of the reservoirs. How were the advisories implemented? In Burundi, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, they continued monitoring of the river levels and also the flows. In Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, and Tanzania, they encouraged water use efficiency and water conservation measures. But also for the case of Lake Tana Basin, where the water levels were declining for hydropower, they prioritized management of these reservoirs. In Rwanda, they improved also the drainage. In Tanzania, they promoted rainwater harvesting and conjunctive use of both surface water and groundwater resources. So a number of countries issued hydrological bulletins to inform the stakeholders on the status of water levels and flows. That is South Sudan, Sudan, and Tanzania. And there was also optimal hydropower generation from TAC wells since the water levels were already high. And there was emergency water tracking that was implemented by Somalia. They also rehabilitated their shallow wells and boreholes. A number of countries, Burundi, Djibouti, and Somalia, they raised awareness about the situations during the season. And in South Sudan especially, they were also able to translate these advisories into the community languages. Most of this information was shared with the stakeholders in the countries using email, WhatsApp groups, and Facebook. Some of the challenges that were faced by special groups, I think we have this one from Uganda, where they were not able to provide this information in an accessible format. I think that's sign language for people with disabilities. This is just an example of the bulletins that was, which is continuously shared during the season. This was for November 21 for South Sudan, indicating the status of the water levels and what they expect to get in the next few days. Chair, as I conclude, allow me to leave behind a video showing the flooding incidences in Burundi, just for appreciation. Thank you.
Forest mucarama abantu bahaca bose murindire iyi mivo igende yateye ubwoba kuri yateye ubwoba cyane gose muyitondere Forest abaca kuri Forest imvura iguye nakajegeza n'ubwato bworengana yitondere mu mbere ko mujabuki barabaja mucara bamuca kuri witi cyangwa baca kuri Genezareth mwese murabe ibisanzwe na gatoyi muri ko murabona ndi ku irembo imvura iragabanutse naho itarahita.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now health. Health sector. Okay. Oh, okay. So for the health will be a video.
Presentation contains the impact of OND on the health sector. We begin with the positive impacts. Most of the reporting countries saw to an improvement in malaria control. This includes Djibouti, Burundi, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda. A reduction of waterborne diseases like cholera was also seen in Uganda, South Sudan, Sudan, Somalia, and Rwanda. Djibouti, Sudan, Somalia, and Uganda also saw enhanced disease surveillance and control. Rainfall in parts of the region led to an improvement in nutrition in Burundi, Rwanda, Central and Eastern Uganda. Burundi, Somalia, and Uganda, that's in the eastern and western parts, also saw an improvement in sanitation. The season also came with some negative impacts. Cholera, for example, continued to be a challenge in most of the region, with Sudan experiencing 154 deaths, South Sudan experiencing 7 deaths, and Uganda seeing 140 cases. Malaria was a huge challenge for the region, with Djibouti seeing over 1,000 cases, Sudan close to 2 million cases, South Sudan 1 million cases, and in Uganda 2 million cases. 205 deaths resulting from malaria were seen in South Sudan. During OND, in Ethiopia, the rate of malaria hospitalization in 2025 was pretty similar to 2024 in the last weeks of the year. But in comparison to 2023, the malaria hospitalization had dropped in both 2024 and 2025 in the last weeks of the year. When we look at the individual countries, Djibouti experienced acute watery diarrhea, dengue fever, and other waterborne illnesses. Human brucellosis led to the death of 47 people. Some of the measures that were taken by the Ministry of Health in OND to control and prevent diseases included vector and fly control, malaria control, disease surveillance, and early and prompt assistance, particularly for flood and logistics. Burundi experienced an increase in respiratory diseases, particularly for children under 5. This includes pneumonia and asthma. The Ministry of Health distributed purification of tablets, particularly in control of malaria, promoted household and water treatment, distributed mosquito nets, and issued free treatment for children under 5, particularly for the respiratory issues. The Ministry of Health Ethiopia reported 14 confirmed cases of Marburg virus disease. Some response measures taken by the Ministry of Health in Ethiopia during OND included coordination in collaborations with partners, particularly in the case of malaria. Rwanda also saw an increase of respiratory diseases, particularly the flu, pneumonia, and asthma. Response measures taken by the Ministry of Health included strengthening routine immunization. This was particularly true for measles, diphtheria, and influenza. In addition, the ministry took on community mobilization and water tracking, particularly in water-stressed areas. Some of the challenges faced by the country in Rwanda were insecurity, and in addition, particularly for women and girls, they had to travel long distance for water. In Somalia, countries saw an increase in diseases like scabs, particularly in dry areas. The country also reported cases of diphtheria, influenza, measles, and acute malnutrition. In response, the Ministry of Health engaged in cholera-controlled mechanism, disease surveillance, strengthening routine immunizations. This was particularly true for measles, diphtheria, and influenza, strong community mobilization and water tracking. In Sudan, 65 deaths were reported as a result of dengue fever. Measles led to 2 deaths, and hepatitis E, 41 deaths. Some of the response measures that were taken by the Ministry of Health in Sudan include diphtheria vaccination, vector control campaigns, cholera vaccinations, vaccinations for measles and rubella, and mosquito net tracking. The country also experienced some challenges during this season. This included a continued influx of displaced populations, security constraints, and migration of trained health personnel. In South Sudan, respiratory infections were also seen for over 100,000 cases. Hepatitis E, acute diarrhea, malnutrition was also reported during the OND season. Some response measures taken by the Ministry of Health in South Sudan included malaria vaccination, particularly for children under 5, cholera vaccination, and mosquito net tracking. Some challenges experienced by the ministry during the season include damages to healthcare infrastructure, and particularly for women, migration due to conflicts, and walking long distances for water as well. In Uganda, 18 people were reported dead due to landslides. Flooding also had an impact on nutrition and psychosocial challenges. Uganda in OND also reported an increase in respiratory tract infections, particularly in the northern parts. The Ministry of Health in Uganda enhanced disease surveillance during the season, engaged in indoor residual spraying, enhanced case management, cholera vaccinations, and mobile clinics, particularly in areas that experienced mudslides. The Ministry of Health in Uganda also engaged in anticipatory action. This included the stockpiling of antimalarials and the stockpiling of cholera treatment kits in flood-prone areas. This was done ahead of the season. Some gender challenges reported by the Ministry of Health were surrounding the access to climate information. This was true for women, persons with disability, and youth. The challenges to access were due to either the time of the information given, the format of the information given, or the dissemination channels used to give the information.
Thank you. Thank you, health sector, media.
Good morning. My name is Ibasi Patricia Tops from South Sudan. I'll be representing my colleagues from the media, from the other countries of Greater Horn of Africa. And this presentation highlights countries' level communication practices and lessons for the GHACOF 7.2 to inform future seasonal action. Well, we'll start from Djibouti on climate messaging in arid context. And this is what they did. The OND forecast emphasized limited rainfall and water availability. Messaging targeted pastoralists and urban population. It also focused on water conservation for livestock, mobility, and flood preparedness. They also use simple visual communication to improve understanding. While for Ethiopia, reporting and communication approaches focus on monthly and short-term weather updates were shared through radio, community media, and digital platforms. Reports translated technical forecasts into simple messages aligned with agricultural calendars and local livelihood needs. Gaps in, this is a challenge, gaps in timely data flow and limited availability of experts for media engagement. There are situations sometimes whereby the journalists will need to, to interview the experts on certain information, but sometimes they are not available. Next. While for Kenya, making forecasts useful for farmers, climate experts explain forecasts in simple language supported by agricultural experts, because many times some of these forecasts, the terms that are used there are difficult. So sometimes as a journalist, you have to engage these experts to break the information in a simple language that the people will be able to understand. Farmers were advised on crop choices depending on the forecast of that particular month. Like for short rains favored beans, vegetable, and pasture for livestock. January dryness in areas like Trans Nzoia highlighted early planting. Evening programs reach farmers most effectively, because many times farmers are always in the morning hours, they are in their farms, but during the evening hours, they are at their home, so they are able to listen to programs either on radio. And then the challenge was high travel costs and limited expert availability. While for Sudan, reaching communities in a fragile context, the OND communication used a hybrid approach due to power outage, weak internet, and conflict. We all know the situation in Sudan. There is ongoing conflict. And then collaborated with the Sudan Meteorological Authority, focusing on Red Sea state. Key strategies included multi-platform publishing, strong visuals, and use of Facebook and WhatsApp. And then the challenges were limited radio reach, security issues, and infrastructure gaps. Next. For South Sudan, overview on seasonal forecast reporting and challenges. Not direct reporting was conducted during the October to December season due to limited availability. The most recent seasonal reporting was during the June-September JAS report. Radio was the most effective channel for reaching rural communities, while print and online platforms supported more detailed climate reporting. Reporting was affected by technical language translation and time constraints, delayed experts' responses, language barriers, and community skepticism. Challenges were addressed through collaborative reporting for translation support and increased community engagement to encourage participation and trust. while for Somalia, climate information for everyday decisions. Focus on translating the OND forecast into simple community-centered stories. Messages shared mainly via Facebook in clear Somali language. Communication linked forecast within local observation, pastoralist adaptation, urban food risk, and community resilience. Outcome, the forecast became practical tools for daily decision making. In Uganda, supporting food security, the OND fell within Uganda's second rainy season, September to November, and the conditions supported planting of cereals, pulses, and vegetables. Government initiatives covered by UBC promoted irrigation and year-round farming. Farmers were encouraged to plant maize, beans, rice, and vegetable, and the results included improved food security and livelihood. Next. So these are this picture, the effect of either drought and flooding, and this is particularly from, in the other side we see a picture from Somali, and these are pictures from Somalia. Next. These are pictures from Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, media. We will have our climate-induced conflict and displacement online. That's true? Yeah. The time is yours. Climate-induced conflict and displacement. Please, while we are doing this, prepare for your notes or comments or questions, and you have to be really straightforward because we have no time. Write down your questions and then note which sector you want your question to go to. Thank you.
I'll be giving highlights of the conflict situation during the OND, and starting with the positive, as we can see from the map, we basically consider the belt, the cluster belts between Mandela, Yali, then South Como, down to the southern clusters, cluster 1 in Amudat. Now, the positive here is that along that vulnerable belt, which is usually vulnerable to extreme climate or climate extremities during this time, most of the areas in this belt experience what I could say suppressed conflict, if any, except the area around Murate and Kokro, that's around the areas around Lake Kana. And going along this is the fact that a lot of peace initiatives are actually beginning to yield some dividends. So we had situations of low, perhaps moderate conflict incidents, except for the area highlighted in pink or red. In the Kabong area, the low incidents were possibly because of what was experienced, out-migration, because the area is hardly hit. We were so hardly hit by extreme climate or drought. So most of the herds have moved down to the south. So there's nothing much happening there. Most of the impact is towards the south if you talk of Moroto areas and Amudato around Kobebe area. We can move to the next. On the negative impact, you can see that by October, that picture gives you an indication of how the situation was in October. Most of the resources were so dissipated. That was October. So the situation is probably worse as we speak of now because we've not been to the field lately, but that's what we saw during that time. So we can go to the next. Yeah, as was highlighted, the area between the area that was highlighted pink in the map is basically the conflict corridor between the Turkana and Dasenik, where over 12 incidents involving fatalities were actually recorded. And most of these impacts happened around Kokuro, around the Lake Turkana area. And the conflict basically was between Turkana and Dasenik. What is unique here? What is unique here is that what is unique here is that there was the issue of Mabag area, so I think it affected intervention around that time. But also what characterizes this conflict is that these two ethnic tribes don't have a direct lingual, the language, they don't have a common language between them. So I think having peace processes between these two communities is a bit of a challenge. That's why we see persistent conflict there. On the side of Amudat, it was recorded as moderate. So we had over 20 incidents, but this way of about, you could talk about cattle thefts mostly. They were of low intensity, not involving fatalities. I think only one fatality, 1 or 2 fatalities may have been recorded in this particular area. If you can move to the next. Now the key responses is that we had peace committees on the ground. But again, what is unique here is that most of the committees, it was a self-initiative efforts, less coming in from, less supported from, or they're not receiving much external support. It was more self-initiative by the communities themselves to, to come up with resource sharing mechanisms, which is again positive on this note. And then in Kenya, we received reports that I think the government dispersed up to around 870 million to cushion the most vulnerable communities. And this managed to, minimize what would have been negative adaptive behavior. Yeah, again, in terms of response measures, you could see that again by October, there could be some adaptive measures like, sandbed water holes. This one here was taken somewhere around Todonyang, and then also somewhere around Nadapal you could see water. The number of these initiatives you could see. The challenge here now is really how to utilize these resources without turning into some kind of conflict, and then for how long can these resources last to outlive the longevity of the drought? Because now you see this water source, so this was around October. We wouldn't know how the situation is 3 months later. That would be the challenge. Resource management and sharing, and the longevity of these adaptive methods. Next slide, I think, would be a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Conflict. So it is now time for questions or comments. And as I said earlier, please be succinct to your question and comment, and briefly introduce yourself. Where are you coming from? And let me check here, this row. Is there anybody here? I know there's one question here for DRR. There's already one question here. Anybody else? No? This side? This row? This row? No? Yes, I can see a lady there. This row? One lady, one person? I'm not coming back this side. Unless you make your mind now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning and Happy New Year to all of us. I make a cross-cutting comment or observation. We have seen the presentation across the sectors and the impacts, both negative and positive. Notable is the inclusion of, to some extent, the gender disaggregated aspects of the impacts, which is a good improvement. But I take note of the fact that we have incidences of loss of lives, loss of livelihoods, impacts to many populations, mentions of millions being affected. But then I didn't see, except for Uganda, an approach to psychosocial support. And friends, you'll accept that the psychological well-being of our communities is very, very important. It cannot be gainsaid. So I don't know how we are, this platform, the GHACOF platform, can be used to advocate for inclusion or integrating mental health issues in climate action, as we talk about climate for all, for early action. I hope this platform can be used to be able to advocate and probably put policies in place that are integrating mental health issues in climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the question or a comment is clear to health sector about psychological support. Yes. How can we advocate for them? The last row, this row. I have one behind and then another lady here. A lady there or gentleman? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Mungai. These statistics that have been given here, especially on health, are very depressing, I think, by and large. And the question is, are we to blame the climate here, or we are to blame the response of the government? Because how can people be dying of malaria in their millions in this day and age? Thank you.
Thank you. That's very clear. Are we blaming the climate or our governance system regarding when it comes to the health system? There's somebody here. Somebody's here. A lady. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Mira Meguran from Action Against Hunger, the regional office in the ON and Eastern African region. Not a question, but a comment. The clarity and the fact that what we saw in OND is just exactly what the reports are showing. So the question will be, what can we do to enhance what is working well? Because the data is becoming real and real every day, even as we go into the discussions of the GHACOF 72. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There was a question here. Is it a question?
Yes.
Okay, that's out of my authority, huh?
It's just a comment.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Emmanuel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Emmanuel Okecho is my name, from Uganda. I think listening to all the presentations being made, I note one thing. We are dealing with the impacts that are continuous, and yet the way we are reporting about them is like they are starting at the onset of that season. I don't know whether we can have an opportunity in the future when you are reporting to firstly talk about the status of the impact drivers that you are bringing on board, that you are reporting on, so that it looks like something which is continuous. Because we all know that impacts that are mentioned here are not starting because the sound was starting. There has been something and observed across sectors. I submit.
Thank you very much. Okay. Callisto, there's somebody behind. Let it be the last one. Let it be the last one, so that we hear from the people who are giving answers.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. My interest is on...
please, from where? From where?
Yeah, my name is Richard from the Kenya Meteorological Department. And my question is on the reported stable water lake levels in the Rift Valley and in the region. I'm aware that the levels have been quite crazy and causing a lot of havoc, especially for the lakes in Kenya. So how stable are what was reported? Because I tend to think it's not accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. That's last. That was the last. Calesto, that was the last. I have a question to media. Where are you getting the information from South Sudan? Media, where are you getting the information about South Sudan? What you presented? Thank you very much. And to start with answers, I start with the DRM. There was a question to DRM, if it is not forgotten.
Thank you very much, Senior. For the question that was asked on DRM on the decline of displacement statistics, the answer to that is that as the season unfolded, the member states significantly invested in anticipatory action, and that could have significantly reduced the number of displacement across the region. Also, you can take an example of Somalia. For Somalia, they invested in insurance to mitigate their population against drought. So that one could be one of the contributing factors. And also preparedness. Most of the member states in their report mentioned that they prepared for some of these events early, thereby also bringing a positive impact in terms of displacements. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question goes to health sector. Let us not forget the people online. People online, please, if you have questions, drop them in the chat box, and then they will be relayed to me. Go ahead, please. Health sector.
Thank you very much. I'm Adunyo Yesa from Ethiopia. I'm trying to respond to some of the questions. We worked on our report and we reported, the way it is reported, I would like to appreciate our sister. Thank you very much. Having said that, maybe related to the reports we are releasing here, the reporting system is, you know, the data sharing issue was an issue previously. Nowadays, we are obtaining data from each country. So we are trying to limit ourselves on climate-sensitive diseases. And what we have presented here is focusing only on some of the climate-sensitive diseases. So related to responding to the disease and limiting ourselves within the season, we can improve that through time. But the countries are not at the same level in having the dashboard related to the climate-sensitive disease. In the case of Ethiopia, we are a center of excellence in capturing data from subnationals and compiling them for each season. So I think one of the things we did better is about malaria, in which we had resurgence during 2023 and 2024. This time there is a trend of reduction. Maybe I don't know how Marburg is related to this climate issue, but it is all about vulnerability, I can say. I hope it will be declared today, WHO and Ministry of Health, in collaboration with my institute. The date for us, put us in the line, is because we don't have new cases and new suspected cases. I think today there will be a press release that the issue is ended. Maybe we hear that very soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Still, there is a hanging question about the advocacy for the health issues, psychological issues during for health. Please identify yourself if you are answering a question. Which question exactly? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm answering a question on water levels. This was raised, I think, by a colleague from KMD, saying that we talked about stability of lake levels, especially in the Rift Valley. Yes, what we mean by stability, in my understanding, is that the water levels, it is true they are still high in the Rift Valley lakes, but we had a record high level between JJA and MAM of last year. So for OND, we have not seen these levels increase to get new records. So that's what we mean by stability. So we still recognize that they are high, but they have not increased during the OND. Chair, we also have the focal point from Kenya Water Resources Ministry. If there's need for supplementing, Dr. Philip, feel free to supplement.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Muragori. I work for the ministry in charge of water affairs in Kenya. Yeah, in terms of increased lake levels, especially in the Rift Valley, I think this is an area that has really elicited a lot of interest, nationally, regionally, and also internationally. I think when we look at its stability, it is important to understand the driving factors. And all these are related to water balance equation. So what is happening in the Rift Valley, as much as we compare the OND and the, maybe the expected performance of the long range, we should look at what has been happening in the past. Our analysis for the last 50 years indicates that we have been experiencing increased inflows. And these inflows are related to increased precipitation. So within the Rift Valley region, we have been experiencing increased rainfall intensity. And this rainfall intensity, coupled with increased deforestation, has led to increase in terms of sedimentation. So this sedimentation has increased the beds of the various lakes. And in this case, it has changed the storage capacity of our lakes. So in this case, we are seeing a kind of a horizontal spread. The other area we need to look into when you look at the water balance equation, we are experiencing a water balance, a positive water balance. And in this case, the change of storage, there's a possibility that the outflows have also been altered because of the active volcanic activities within the Rift Valley system. So when we look at all this, we cannot really say that there's a stability as far as the current situation is concerned. As long as climate change is with us, it is important we need to understand that this situation is likely to worsen. And of our concern now is especially Lake Bogoria and Lake Baringo. Lake Baringo is a freshwater lake, and Lake Bogoria is highly alkaline. And these lakes are almost mixing. So there's a big concern as far as that is concerned. And for now, we cannot really say that we are very stable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have run out of time. We're supposed to stop now. First, let us give a very good hand to all the sectors who presented, whether online with videos. And then once again, on behalf of the delegation of South Sudan, we thank ECPAC for selecting South Sudan to moderate the first session at the GHACOF 72 in 2026. Thank you very much. I have the honor now. For those who miss me, I'm Banak Joshua. I come from South Sudan. I'm the national focal point for DRR. To conclude, I have the pleasure to call upon Dr. Asimanu Teshomi to come and moderate the next session. Doctor, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to you. Kindly join me to appreciate the first moderator, Dr. Banak. He did a wonderful job. Thank you very much. My name is Asamino Tashoma. I work for Ethiopia Meteorological Institute as Deputy Director General. So I will be your facilitator for the coming 45 minutes. So in this session, we do have one keynote address from United Nations Development Program, as well as one presentation from AGRA. So those sessions will give you an important scientific information on the existing climate service, climate change, as well as adaptation options in the Greater Horn of African countries. So we request your active participation. So I will invite the first presenter, GHACOF from the United Nations Development Program. His keynote address on the advancing climate service for resilient communities and sustainable development in the Greater Horn of Africa. The first keynote address. So you'll have 20 minutes.
Distinguished colleagues, partners, representatives from different ministries from member states, national meteorological hydrological services, as well as UN agencies at present. A very good morning to you. My name is Jacqueline Masao, and I'm here on behalf of Dr. Zainu Uma, who is the director of the UNDP Resilience Hub for Africa that is based here in Nairobi. I'll read his remarks as required. So the Resilience Hub is the UNDP's integrated regional platform working across climate adaptation, water security, conflict prevention, displacement, disaster recovery, and resilience financing across Africa. We currently support 40 country offices, but our work is increasingly regional and cross-border because that is how risk is experienced in practice. Let me begin by thanking IGAD and ICPAC for convening this 72nd Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, the GHACOF. And the GHACOF is not just a meeting, it is one of the region's most trusted public good. For more than 3 decades, it has provided a shared science-based understanding of climate risk across borders, something that no single country can generate alone. In a region where rivers, rangelands, food systems, and migration routes do not respect national boundaries, this collective climate intelligence is not for technical luxury. It is a foundation for resilience, stability, and sustainable development. The Greater Horn of Africa sits at the front line of the global climate crisis. We are seeing higher temperatures, shorter and more erratic rain season, more intense drought and flood cycles, and climate shocks layered on top of fragility, conflict, and displacement. Today, more than 36 million people across the region are affected by drought conditions. Climate-induced displacement is rising sharply, often internal at first, then cross-border, placing strains on host communities, services, and already fragile peace dynamics. Climate change here is not only an environmental issue, it is a food system crisis, a water security crisis, a livelihood crisis, and increasingly a peace and security challenge. This is why climate service matters, but information alone is not enough. Seasonal outlooks only create value when they inform decisions, when they trigger early action, guide investments, and shape policy choices before shocks become disasters. GHACOF is uniquely positioned to do this. It brings together climate scientists, sector actors, humanitarian responders, development planners, and peace and displacement practitioners. It is a bridge between science and decision-making. UNDP's role is to help ensure that this upstream climate intelligence flows downstream into national planning systems, anticipatory action frameworks, recovery investments, and community-level resilience programs. Let me start with water, because in the Greater Horn of Africa, water is often the first stressor and the last line of defense. Through the Groundwater Access Facility, the GAFA, that is co-led by IGAD and UNDP, we are working with governments and communities to reposition groundwater from an emergency response tool to a strategic resilience asset. In drought-prone and fragile areas, groundwater can anchor livelihoods, stabilize pastoral systems, and reduce conflict if it is developed sustainably. GAFA deliberately integrates climate data, hydrogeological analysis, and governance considerations. In close collaborations with ICPAC, we are strengthening the analytical foundation that allows countries to understand where groundwater investments are viable, how much abstractions is sustainable under future climate scenarios, and how water infrastructure can be designed to reduce competition rather than inflame it. To build further momentum, IGAD and UNDP will convene a high-level meeting at the upcoming Africa Union Summit focused on water security and resilience in the Horn of Africa. The objective is to elevate water as the continental priority and critically to unlock larger and more predictable financial resources from development banks, climate funds, and partners. Water security is not just a technical issue, it is an economic enabler, a peace dividend, and a cornerstone of climate adaptation. Across the Horn, communities are trapped in a cycle of shock, response, and relapse. Humanitarian saves lives, but often recovery financing arrives late, or not at all. This is precisely why UNDP, together with the African Union Commission, established the Community Recovery and Resilience Facility, the CRRF, which is designed to close the recovery deficits, the gap between emergency response and the long-term development, by linking the climate services, early warning, livelihoods, infrastructure, and local governance into one integrated platform. Season outlooks and risk analytics guide where recovery investments go, which livelihoods are supported, and institutions are strengthened before the next shock hits. This is about moving from managing crisis to transforming systems. On climate conflict and displacement, climate-induced displacement in the Greater Horn is no longer a future risk. It is a present reality. Droughts, floods, and ecosystem degradation are pushing people to move often into fragile borderlands and urban peripheries. UNDP's work on climate security shows that displacement is not only a humanitarian issue, it's often land tenure, social cohesion, service delivery, and local political economies. Our response must therefore integrate climate services, peace building, and development planning. This is why regional approaches through IGAD, IDDRSI, and across cross-border initiatives are indispensable. Climate risks cascade across borders. Our response must do the same. Climate services today serve much wider audience than meteorological agencies alone. Ministries like of finance, agriculture, water, urban authorities, and social protection systems increasingly rely on seasonal outlooks and climate risk information to guide investments and policy choices. UNDP works with governments to embed climate information into budgeting, anticipatory action triggers, food system planning, and urban risk management. Joint initiatives such as the Adaptation Fund proposals that is going on in the Mandera Triangle, and our borderlands partnership with IGAD demonstrate how shared climate intelligence can underpin shared solution in some of the region's most fragile contexts. Let me conclude his message with 3 key points. First, regional climate services are public goods. IGPAC, National Meteorological Services, and the GHACOF itself deserve sustained investment and political backing. Second, we must close the gap between warning and action by linking climate service directly to financing, recovery mechanisms, and development planning. Lastly, communities must remain at the center. Indigenous knowledge, women, youth, and local institutions are not just recipients of the climate services, but they are the core producers of the resilience. UNDP stands ready to work with member states, with IGAD, with IGPAC, development banks, donor, partners, and civil society to translate the climate intelligence into resilient futures. Let the GHACOF 72nd be remembered not just for the forecast it produced, but the action it helped unlock. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jackie, for your excellent presentation. As you all know, the United Nations Development Programme is significantly contributing to our regions in order to minimize the impact of climate change, climate variability, as well as to promote community-led adaptation and mitigation options. So the contribution of United Nations Development Programme is very vital for our region. So thank you very much, Jackie, representing Dr. Zainu Umar. So it is time for comment, question for UNDP. So you have any comment, question, it is time for you to raise for UNDP. Any comment from this row? Question? From this row? Comment, question? Question, comment? No. So everything is clear for you, right? So we'll proceed to the next presenter. The next presenter will be Jonathan Said. He's the Vice President of Center for Technical Experts at AGRA. So you have 50 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jonathan Said from AGRA. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I actually have some slides. I'm going to take us to the PowerPoint for a bit. I hope you don't mind. But it basically helps explain and run us through very briefly what is AGRA's approach to agri-food system transformation. So that's we get many questions around what exactly is AGRA and what do you do. Our objective is, AGRA is a not-for-profit, an African not-for-profit, set up 20 years ago to help accelerate agri-food systems transformation across the continent of Africa. And we are based here in Nairobi. We work across 12 countries with country offices, but we also work continentally with continental bodies and also regional bodies like IGPAC, amongst others. So first off, just to say that I'll just ask you to focus on items 1 to 6. We focused on food systems transformation. And the way we do that is through number 6, the engaging in the practice change of smallholder farmers, particularly youth and women. We support the public sector through leadership and investment. We support private sector investment in a way and use of finance to channel it into the agri-food systems. We also support capacity strengthening and incentives, as well as use of evidence and technology and application of science, and then linkage, partnerships, and coordination. Those are the fundamental things that we do. But the question also is how. We focus on these 5 areas of specialisms. So the first being the seed system, which is sort of the starting place for ag transformation. And these are some of our key metrics that we're targeting in our current 5-year strategy. Sustainable farming, which is where our climate support work sits, but that also includes extension, agro-dealers, and regenerative practices and landscapes. We work also on inclusive markets, trade and finance, as well as on government support and public entities, and also on gender, youth and inclusion, which is mainstreamed across. I do want to share, we're currently in our 3rd strategy, but I do want to share the main finding of our 2nd strategy, which is important not just for AGRA, but for the entire community working on food systems transformation. And that is basically that while we did see some improvements, particularly in inputs, in input provision, so farmers are much more closer now to agro-dealers, they're getting better extension services in general, but there are still some gaps, particularly on access to finance and also on the linkage between farmers and output markets. And that's very important because farmers' ability to invest in resilience, in water management, in better soil health, in better seed and better inputs, depends a lot on the farm gate price and the volatility of those pricing as well. And so the key thing is down here is their ability to work with market system actors to deliver that enabling environment around the farmers without external support, without development partner support, such as that of AGRA. So us, people like AGRA, we have to be system facilitators, putting ourselves outside of a job in the long term. But the bottom line is fundamentally about political economy. It is just a number of books and evidence that we rely on to help us guide what can really help countries to do the investments necessary to build the resilience, both physical resilience, water infrastructure, soil health, rural infrastructure, local markets, etc., but also the wider economic resilience to manage farm pricing as well, so that the wealth that's generated when you go to the supermarket and buy your product, that's actually filtering down to the farmers, to the youth, the women in the rural areas. So we rely a lot on that. But the key thing is 5 building blocks that we rely on. The first is you have to really know the actors. You need to be local, you need to be subnational, know the communities, know the government actors, know the private sector and their incentives. That is a grounding. You have to really be starting from the grassroots, right, and be bottom up. But then on top of that, we try to layer the learnings from 4 different thematic areas. One being political economy, which I already mentioned, and that determines whether there's collaboration between government and private actors, private including farmers and SMEs. The economics of markets and building inclusive markets, because that's the system around farm, and I'll talk a bit more about this. The science, of course, which is fundamental, and science across the board, including the science of climate, but also the science of food processing. And then management. Management is key around how you build organizational capacity, whether it's of public institutions, research institutions, or farmers, or small and medium enterprises. And then we try to really focus on champions of change, because it's ultimately the people within the system actors, we call them, that are progressive, that are really trying to move things forward, that need the support, and doing it through market systems, which is more people operating on the private sector side, including farmers, and also government and public systems as well, and strengthening those two. So there is learning by doing. There's clearly lots of evidence that the strengthening of institutions happens when institutions try to do something, they make mistakes, they adapt, they try again, they keep improving, and they learn not just as individuals, but as organizations. So the system that we approach is really around the farmer, and how do we create that environment around the farmer for them to thrive, right? So it starts with the farmer, and then we've been investing a lot in the inputs, their ability to get good quality and seed, particularly, drought resistant and high yielding seed, and pest resistant as well. and other key inputs as well. And that includes fertilizer for soil management, and managing the quality of the soil is key. But farmers also need to then be able to sell upstream, as I was mentioning. So the agro-processing and the link to markets and making products, because if you're just making a raw crop, if you're just selling a raw crop, the value you get is very little. But if you can make that, transform that crop into a lot of products that you sell at the supermarket or you export for high value, that's the wealth we need to capture to then build the resilience upstream. So that's the typical value chain, and of course we account for geographic and spatial issues, whether it's infrastructure, but also the specific microclimate and soil quality and water access of the specific areas. And then around that, we know that there's a number of enablers that are needed. This is what makes it tricky, right? Because for you to really improve the yields and the productivity of farmers, and also the small and medium enterprises along that chain, that green part, you need these enablers to come into place, but where do you start from? It's very hard, but ultimately you need you need all these things to come into play, especially and including climate services, which is what this community is so important in delivering, and which we depend on more and more, the climate advisory services. And then, of course, when it comes to government, government plays a key role in shaping the ability of farmers in any part of the continent, any part of the Greater Horn of Africa, whether you're in, whether you're in Mbeya in Tanzania, or whether you're up in the north of Sudan. You need to make sure you as a farmer have access to the things you need to ensure your farm is thriving, or your processing plant is thriving, or your seeds business is thriving, and so on. And the government plays a key part, not just ministries of agriculture, but a number of different ministries. I won't say all ministries, but most ministries of government, to be able to provide the space where the gray is working for the green. And so we try to take this holistic system as a framework, rather than just narrowing down within one ministry and just looking narrowly at that, because ultimately and it depends on the geography, and it depends on your value chain, which of these is the most important. So every country is obviously different, but that's the type of framework we take, and then we zoom in. Now, how do we zoom in? It really is about ensuring that farmers have a system around them that is working. So they have the access to finance when they need it, that's suitable for their crop, that they can afford. They have links to output markets for stable and high enough farm gate prices. They also have access to the inputs and different services, including climate services and information services. And we've tried to find ways how you can have anchor firms, which can be a farm or other types of businesses that help you reach many different farmers, because if the cost of working farmer by farmer is too high, and that's a big reason why we do not have resilience in the system. And then we try to ensure that the different areas we work on, which I mentioned before and are around in green, including climate support, fit within that and are centered around that. We cannot have one of these green boxes work on in one way, distinct from some of the other green boxes going in the other way. So we need to make sure everything is coordinated so that farmers are empowered across the board. So we do this by what we call these routes to impact. The first one is where we take a value chain, because the value chain is one way of coordinating all these interventions around specific farmers and groups of farmers in specific parts of a country, or across borders as well, across countries too. So in each country, we try to prioritize between 2 to 4 value chains for what we call end-to-end value chain development, which is very important. The end-to-end is from the farm to the fork, or even pre-farm, so from the laboratory researching the seed to the table, right? And you need to make sure that the entire chain is working for a specific value chain, whether it's avocado or potato or rice or maize or whatever it is. That chain has to work across the board. And then you need to identify, specific for those chains in the specific country or sub-region, what are the biggest, we call them binding constraints. What are the 3 or 4 things that are broken, that are not working? You can look at, if you take rice in Kenya, for example, you can easily come up with 20 or 30 things that are not working for rice in Kenya. But what are the top 3? that really, really matter. And we try to really zoom in on those as much as possible. We also look at the next 4 to 7, which we call second level constraints, and we try to then work on fixing those in a systemic way through the local actors. We also focus a lot on number 3, which is the cross-cutting systems irrespective of the value chain. So there are some examples there, including early warning systems, and how do we support countries to strengthen their capacity there. And then number 4 is really critical. The government is ultimately the main organizer, is the organizer of organizers, it's the main coordination mechanism. So we have to support governments to have the capacity to coordinate across the system with its own priorities. So which value chains are being prioritized nationally or subnationally, which cross-cutting issues are the most important for that 5-year period. It could be water, it could be access to finance. It varies because countries are on different levels. But how do we help governments be in the driving seat and have the capacity to coordinate? So whether it's AGRA or IFAD or the World Bank or whoever, we're all rallying behind that one approach rather than being scattered and piecemeal in our approaches. And that's really where we have to graduate to. These are some of the biggest cross-cutting issues that we typically see and try to promote. So the link between research, extension, and farmers is fundamental, and farms and farmers is fundamental. Using digital and data, access to finance and business development services for small and medium enterprises. The regulatory systems for input and output markets is really key. And then soil health and water management are major areas. These are the ones we work on irrespective of the value chains, and we try to prioritize these. And then it all has to come together with these 5 components in blue around the farmers. So it's key that the smallholder farmers have access to a number of enablers, and they can afford it through a market system. So it's not us giving seeds directly to farmers. No, it has to be the farmer's ability to access the seed, whether it's through the market, or of course if there's a government subsidy system, that government subsidy system is working. And that includes information services through digital, which we have to, of course, include other digital solutions, whether it's drone access and so on that we were talking about before. But this green bubble here won't work unless the yellow is working. So the yellow is critical, and it's something that we often, and I mentioned this earlier, the output connection market was missing. So we look a lot at production, how do we boost production, how do we improve resilience at the farm level, or for the water, for the landscape, that's critical. But unless we're also fixing the link to the market, then the pricing that we're going to get for that crop is just too low. So we make sure that this part is working, and then ensure that the support to government, which is at the top, number 3, the support, the ability to unlock local finance from local banks, from local pension funds, local sovereign wealth funds, local insurance. Look at all the money going into fancy apartments in Nairobi, in Addis. How do we channel some of that money into this? And of course the ecosystem, the cross-cutting drivers, which we mentioned, which are the base, where Africa has made especially this part of Africa has made lots of progress in level 5 in a cross-cutting way, but it has to work for a value chain, because ultimately farmers are in a value chain. They might be in 3 value chains, because if they're doing 3 crops, as many are, or livestock, but they're ultimately in a value chain, and that entire chain below the farmer and above the farmer has to work, and we have to make sure that that's all working. And then just to mention that we also work at regional and continental level as well. So our support to ICPAC fits here within the regional. We're supporting CAADP 3.0 implementation. CAADP is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. The 3rd one was just launched, so it just started now in January 2026 for the next 10 years. And that's a full food systems plan, including climate and resilience. So it's not just, in the past they were much more just about ag. Now it's much more about the food systems as a whole, including climate and change and resilience. So CACI is the AU's climate agenda, as you know. But there's other key sub-strategies there. The soil health and fertilizer agenda is critical because the quality of our soils keeps degrading, and we have to change that curve. The CFTA, which is the Continental Free Trade Agreement, we have to be trading. If we're just looking within our own countries, we're just not going to be able to have that system work around the farmers and get enough money in to invest in better water management, better natural resource management, and so on, and the seed agenda as well. And then the Food Corridors Initiative is also very important as well. That's where we look across countries at regional value chains. So the corridors, which is a transport route, like, you know, we have much better corridor now between Addis and Nairobi and onward south through Moyale is one example of that, where the infrastructure allows you to bring a pool of services to unlock productivity. And I'm coming to an end now. I just want to say that partnerships, this is my last slide. Partnerships are very critical. We can't achieve our goal. So we have these 4 main principles we try to apply to partnerships. One is that us as AGRA, we're philanthropically funded. Our main funders are the MasterCard Foundation, the Gates Foundation. We have some Green Climate Fund money and some other funding from smaller money from other funders. But we play a system facilitator role. We're not a system actor. So as number 3 there is saying, you have to distinguish between system actors and system facilitators. The departments of meteorological services, you guys are system actors. You're part of the system, you're part of the public sector system, and you're here for, for the long term, you're here to stay. Organizations like us are not here to stay. We're here for maybe 20 years or 30 years, let's see. But we're here to facilitate and build the capability, your capability, so that the system can grow, and that's how every country across the world has achieved its development goals. So we really choose to play the facilitator role, to work with the best of the best in a particular area. So who's the best expert in soybean, for example? Let's work with them to make sure that the soybean value chain is really growing. And then number 4 is key. So if we've identified the priority end-to-end value chains, we need to work together across, these are the constraints. So this is a hypothetical example. So say rice, we've identified these 7 top constraints. Let's work together on fixing them based on who's got that expertise. And it will vary by country, by subnational. So we're really trying to move much more towards that type of approach, so that the farmer, the system around the farmer, the value chain they're in, who they're selling the crop to, where they're getting the seed from, or where they're getting the inoculant, or who's giving them climate services. And then the enablers around that, your mechanization providers, your digital service providers, your fertilizer providers, your banks, your access to finance providers, that system has to be there to stay for the long term, for the next, 1,000 years, if not 2,000 years, right? We have to think like that way. And how do we build that market system, supported by government around it, to be facilitatory, and to make sure that it can really deliver the change we need and the transformation we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for your excellent presentation. So quick comment question. If you have any suggestion for Jonathan and his team. 1.
Yes, all right. My name is Joseph Balikudeme from Uganda. Yes, I would like to appreciate the program for the good work towards food security, food systems transformation. I have some comments in regard to reality within the agriculture sector from my country, and also factoring in the weather aspect. The realities on ground that there are factors like uncertainties, like short dry spells that really affect the agricultural output. Just within the recent season, we really experienced a dry spell that affected the output. I got a revelation from my mother. She's a farmer. She was telling me that from the whole garden, her maize was affected, and she was not expecting even a single sack. And she was not the only one, but different farmers across the country. So my question is, how does the program come in, for example, when it gets to finances? Does it have like agriculture insurance? Because when these people access money from, say, money lenders locally, and you get those kind of fluctuations in the output, the next day is this farmer being arrested because he cannot pay. And next is these farmers, people being frustrated from investing within the agriculture sector. That is one. Yes, of course it was going. Then another one, in my country, we face the reality of abundance during the harvesting season. We may get a lot of things on market, and then all of a sudden, we're into scarcity. And those are the realities. So I'm wondering how the program comes in to help us address those challenges. Also, access to markets. We get to produce a lot, but when you put them on the market, on the local market, you cannot sell much because around that period, everybody has. A local farmer doesn't have access to external markets where there is scarcity, where they can sell and benefit from the agriculture sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jonathan.
Thank you very much for the two very good questions. So first off, on crop insurance and agricultural insurance, this is an area that we and many others are supporting and needs to develop. And some countries are further ahead in that than others. There are both governments, in some governments, I know in the case of Zambia, for example, when governments are providing subsidies, they bundle in crop insurance into that, working with various companies like Pula and others. In other cases, the bundling of insurance is coming also from these types of anchor firms that I mentioned that are working with, for example, with outgrower schemes with farmers, or also whether they're selling key inputs as well. So the critical thing is, how do you develop the ecosystem of crop insurance providers, some of whom are increasingly reliant on parametric solutions, so AI and data to be able to better predict weather, and the links to this community here for the insurance providers like Acre, like Pula, like Leadway in Nigeria is really critical, and we need to deepen that so that we can have cheaper insurance that farmers can afford or that governments can afford, so that the uptake can be there. The uptake right now is far too low, so we need to develop that system to develop crop insurance. We're trying to support it as AGRA, as are others, but it requires much more deepening. On the processing and the market side, this is where we cannot just look at agriculture in isolation, right? In the past, we invested a lot on the production side, tried to boost production, but we didn't look at the processing side. You need to look at the industry side of things, and if you're growing soybean, you're not just growing soybean, you're growing the input for animal feed, for cooking oil, for lecithin, for soya milk, for soya chunks, for so many products. We need to grow that sector, the value addition part, because if we don't do that, then the crop remains a commodity, and as you say, then there's suddenly a rush to the market and there's not enough, and the price collapses because there isn't the demand, or the crop is rotting by the side of the road. So we have to invest in the processing side and see it as one chain, and that's what we mean by end-to-end value chain development, is ensuring that the processing and the farmers are really interlinked. We call it structured markets. So the markets cannot just be informal and fluid, because you will get traders that come, and the traders, they speculate off farmers. They don't really care if the trade is import or export, or if the price collapses, they keep their margin and they squeeze the farmer down, because the farmer cannot, has weak bargaining power. So how do we strengthen farmers to be better organized, but at the same time strengthen the processors that have a vested interest to make sure the value chain, the supply chain is working, because those processors want that quality, they want that specific variety, they want that quantity. So that is the bit which in the last 20, 30 years, across the continent, we've kind of ignored it a bit, but we really need to focus the emphasis there, so we have structured markets to address that problem.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. The final one. One, this side? No, this side?
Thank you very much. My name is Lucas Okach from KMD, Kenya. Yeah, I just want to ask, is it that Agra services is limited only to crops? Because in Kenya, when you talk of agriculture, you would like to hear something about livestock, of which I also realized beekeeping is a livestock, even fish farming, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jonathan, very brief.
Yeah, very brief. So in the past, the Agra, when it was set up, focused just on the grains, basically, and the big grains, which are the main staples, the maize, the rice, soybean, wheat. But it's been evolving quite a bit. So now we're doing much more other crops like legumes, horticulture, tree crops. And this is also for resilience and climate adaptation reasons as well, intercropping, diversification of income. And we've started actually to do a bit of livestock, even though it's not our core area of expertise, but we're starting to do some. So one of our primary value chains in Rwanda is poultry, for example. And then we're doing quite a lot more on feeds in particular for poultry, even though it's not just feeds. But feeds is probably 70% of the cost of an egg, right? So it's one of the biggest binary constraints in livestock is feeds. So we're making that link. But we're starting to look a bit more at other livestock as well, like fish or other ruminants. But it's a slow trajectory, I should say. But it's moving in that direction.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Jonathan and Jackie, for your excellent presentation, as well as thank you, participants, for your active participation. Now I will hand over the mic to Callistus.
Thank you. Let us appreciate Dr. Asminu. Thanks. We are a few minutes behind the schedule. I request that we break now for tea and coffee, which is being served outside there. Let us come at 11:45, where we can now look at we look forward, what is it going to happen in the next season, and then we shall announce the breakout sessions. Thank you so much. Enjoy your tea and coffee.
We haven't done the assignment. Yeah. To respond to that way, I don't have the status of each country.
But even then, it's impossible. You can't say.
and the current state and predicted status of ENSO.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. We can begin by looking at this year's temperatures. Here we can see a graph produced by the UK Met Office as part of their global temperature forecast, and it shows global temperature anomalies from 2000 to 2026. Anomalies tell us how much warmer each year is compared to the pre-industrial baseline, and it makes the long-term trend clear. What really stands out is the steady upward rise, the unmistakable signal of human-driven warming. Those smaller year-to-year fluctuations just reflect natural climate variability, but they don't change the direction that we're heading in. According to the Met Office's 2026 forecast, this year is very likely to be one of the 4 warmest years on record, sitting between 1.34 and 1.58 degrees of warming, with a central estimate of 1.6. That puts it just below 2024, which is currently the warmest year ever recorded and the first to exceed 1.5. The last 3 years have all already exceeded 1.4, and another year above that level is very likely, as is the possibility of crossing 1.5 again. As we know, once we pass 1.5, the risks of severe climate impacts rise significantly, which is why limiting further warming is so important. But now we can move on to looking at the seasonal drivers, and we can start with the ENSO status, which was La Niña during the short rains and continues into January. This is due to the below-average sea surface temperatures observed across the East Central and Eastern Pacific Ocean. The map on the left shows average sea surface temperature anomalies from the previous 4 weeks, and it shows these cooler than normal conditions continuing into this month, as they have done since September 2025, as we can see on the right. However, as we look ahead, we can start to see a likely shift in the ENSO outlook. On this slide, we are looking at the latest Copernicus ENSO model predictions, with everything in red showing the future model forecasts. Each red line is one possible prediction from a different model run. And although the lines do spread out quite widely, meaning that all outcomes are technically possible, we can see that most of the red lines cluster in the neutral zone for the long rains. And this tells us that while a continuation of La Niña can't be completely ruled out, the most likely outcome for the March, April, May period is ENSO neutral, with NOAA giving us around a 75% chance of neutral for this period. Thank you. I'm going to pass back over to Stefan for the remainder of our talk today.
Thanks so much, Natalia. So we've had a glimpse into what's occurring with ENSO. We're now going to move on to the Indian Ocean Dipole, which is a similar phenomena to the El Niño Southern Oscillation, but occurs a little closer to home in the Indian Ocean. This figure here is taken from the Australian Bureau of Meteorology, and it shows the historical conditions of the Indian Ocean Dipole in the solid black, and also the predicted status over the upcoming 6 months. What we can see is that the IOD was negative in both October and November, as predicted back in August last year. And this is undoubtedly at least one of the reasons why much of the region did receive drier than normal conditions over the short rains. The IOD returned to neutral conditions in December, as predicted, and the current predictions show that an IOD neutral is most likely over the long range period. But as always, we have to ask ourselves the question, how important are both the El Niño Southern Oscillation and the IOD for the upcoming season. We know that both are and were incredibly important in terms of rainfall variability over the short rains. And ENSO has an influence for example, the Kerempt rains in June to September. However, it is a different situation for March, April, May. There are two figures here. On the left, we have ENSO, and on the right, we have IOD, and you can see it shows a map of the Greater Horn region. Shaded areas are where the driver shown typically influences seasonal rainfall for the long rains. And the lack of shading in both of them indicates that there is no significant influence from either ENSO nor the IOD over this coming period. So even though the predictions are for ENSO neutral and neutral IOD, regardless of what the actual outcome was, neither of these drivers are particularly influential on the upcoming season. And this makes it very difficult for us as forecasters. So if neither ENSO nor the IOD offer a glimpse into March, April, May conditions, then what might? Well, the first thing that we can do is to look at drivers of seasonal variability other than ENSO and the IOD. One of which is the Western V gradient, or WVG, discovered by Chris Funk and his colleagues at the Climate Hazard Center in the US. Chris discovered that this particular teleconnection originating in the Western Pacific has some predictability power for identifying drought seasons in March, April, May. Now, we're very lucky. Chris is actually in the audience with us today, and I'm sure you can go and speak to him about the WVG if you want to know more. But thankfully, he gave me a quote to provide, which is, the WVG forecast is looking quite neutral this year. There is some warmth in the western vertical component, but not enough to make a strong tilt towards dry outcomes. What else can we do? We can look at sub-seasonal drivers. We can look at those drivers of variability in the 2 to 4 week time frame, rather than 2 to 4 months. These might include things like the Madden-Julian oscillation, or the MJO. It might also include things like convectively coupled Kelvin waves, as mentioned earlier by GHACOF, a particularly strong convectively coupled Kelvin wave possibly responsible for the extreme rainfall experienced by parts of the region in late December. The difficulty is that while sub-seasonal drivers are very helpful in identifying where we might receive enhanced or suppressed rain over the next month, the actual ability to predict is only possible up to about 2 to 3 weeks. That means if we're producing a forecast today for March, April, and even May, we're not accurately capturing those drivers. And that's why it's absolutely critical that even though we use today's forecast as an excellent starting point to begin planning, we must continually adapt those plans as we get the monthly and updated seasonal forecast closer to the time. I can't stress that enough. So, in conclusion, 2026 is projected to be among the 4 warmest years on record, with a probability of exceeding 1.5 degrees. La Nina conditions are currently present still and are likely to shift to ENSO neutral at some point over the long rains. The IOD is also neutral and expected to remain neutral, but as I've mentioned, neither ENSO nor the IOD are known to significantly impact the region over the long rains, making it very difficult. Subseasonal factors like the MJO have a major impact on rainfall in East Africa, so monthly forecast reviews are necessary to incorporate these influences. And finally, and critically, we must now rely on the power of numerical or dynamical models that come out of the global producing centers, adjusted by national Met services and regional climate services like GHACOF, and that is why the upcoming forecast is absolutely critical. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Stefan and Natalia, for this science basis of the GHACOF 72. So this is very crucial, it's a crucial part of this forum. As you've seen, they've gone through a lot, but I understand it's hard to summarize this information in 10 minutes. So let's see. You can explore more. We can explore more as we are going through, and you can also see them. You can also share knowledge or interact with them to know more about these vital signs or these signals. Also honored myself during the tea time to meet Chris Funk, who was the discoverer of this WVG. Is also new to us. So the science climate basis is still evolving, and yeah. Now the next session is to see what is going to transpire, what was after this analysis, and then what do we expect. Let's see from other scientists. Marceline, can you present what you've seen after going through the sign, the signals? Bear with us that this is not the season outlook yet, before your input. So Marceline, please, welcome.
So thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start off the presentation by looking at the total rainfall that is received during the March, April, May season. So this is an average for 30 years. So this is between 1991 to 2020. So we can see that during March, most of the rainfall is confined over the southern parts of the region. And then when we move to April, we can see that consistent with the movement of the ITCZ, we can see that the rain band is moving upwards, where we actually see that there is a bit of rainfall over parts of Ethiopia and then also parts of Somalia. And then by May, what we see is that most of the southern parts are mostly dry, but we have most of the rain confined over the equatorial and then also the northern parts of the region. And then focusing on the total rainfall for the March, April, May season, what we see is that areas in southern Tanzania, parts of Ethiopia, and then the Lake Victoria Basin. Those are the areas where we are receiving more than 700 millimeters. Now, if we start thinking about how important is this season compared to the total annual rainfall, what we see is that this season contributes at least 30% over most parts. So if we look at the green areas, that is where we see that is at least 30%. And then focusing also on those areas, so looking at the southern parts of Ethiopia, parts of Somalia, and then parts of northern Kenya, we can see that it contributes to over 50% of total annual rainfall. So that signifies that season is very critical for those areas also. And then looking at what do we really mean by below normal, above normal, what are some of the thresholds that we are looking at? So from here we can see that for the different areas we have different thresholds. So for example, if we look at places in South Sudan, we can see that the below normal threshold value is 170 millimeters. So anything below 170, that is defined as below normal. When we look at the normal range, it's between 170 and 195 millimeters. And then for above normal, it's 195, greater than 195. But in comparison with parts of Tanzania, we can see that below normal is 600, and then the above normal category is 700. So this just signifies, this is just to let you know that when we are talking about above normal, below normal, we are talking about that specific location it does not necessarily mean that the rainfall is higher for those locations when we say above normal. Now, moving forward to what are some of the techniques that we use in producing the forecast. So we use 3 different techniques. The canonical correlation analysis, where we calibrate using the global tropics. And then we also use the linear regression technique, which is more of a localized method. And then we also use the logistic regression. Stefan talked about this. This is taking care of the Western V gradient that Chris Funk discovered. So we are also taking care of that in this forecast. And then we use different models. For this forecast, we used 9 different models. And then from there, to produce the forecast now, we get the average of these different techniques and then the different models. So now looking at the forecast, this was co-produced with the NMH's process that we were doing last week. So what we have here is that we are expecting above normal conditions, and the above normal conditions are mostly expected over parts of Ethiopia, parts of Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Djibouti, and then also parts of South Sudan, Uganda, and then also Western Kenya. And then we also have higher probabilities, mostly over parts of Ethiopia, some parts of Tanzania, and then also some localized parts in Uganda. And then we are expecting near normal conditions over mostly Somalia, most parts of Kenya, the coastal areas of Tanzania, and then also looking at eastern and western South Sudan, and then also localized areas in Uganda. And then in terms of depressed rainfall, there are high chances of depressed rainfall over coastal areas of Kenya. From the previous presentations, you have heard about the drought conditions. So what we have done here is to look at the combined, what has been happening in the past and what we are expecting in the future. So we are mostly looking at the intermediate and the hydrological droughts. From here we can see, especially if we look at the 12-month SPI, what we are seeing is that the hydrological droughts are forecast to continue all the way to May 2026. So we can see the dry areas mostly over parts of Somalia, northern Kenya, southeastern Ethiopia. When we look at the 6 months SPI, so we also have a contribution from January, February, and then also December. We can also see that in those areas, the drier conditions are mostly confined over coastal Kenya. And then in terms of the monthly forecast, so this is from February all the way to May. What we see is that in February, we are expecting drier than usual conditions over most parts of Tanzania and also Burundi. So the other areas, the rains will not have started, only a few areas where we'll also expect enhanced rainfall. And then looking at March, when the onset will likely be established, we can see that over most parts, we are expecting enhanced rainfall. And then when we go on to April, so April we also have quite a similar pattern where we can see that we are expecting enhanced rainfall over most regions, but then when we look at the coastal areas, we are expecting near normal conditions over those areas. And then the same with May. So in May, we are expecting depressed rainfall over parts of South Sudan, some areas in Ethiopia, and then also Uganda. But then we are also expecting enhanced rainfall over parts of Ethiopia, Western Kenya, parts of Uganda, and then near normal conditions over the rest of the region. So when Stefan also presented, he talked about the sub-seasonal forecast. So when we are looking at the sub-seasonal forecast, we are looking at forecasts that help us in tactical decision making. So these are out to 6 weeks and are presented at weekly timescales. So from here, what we are expecting in this upcoming week over Tanzania, we still expect enhanced rainfall. As we move into February, what we are expecting is there will be kind of a relaxation, so it will be drier than usual over parts of Tanzania. And then in week 3, that is between 8 and 14, what we are expecting is that the drier conditions will persist over some parts of Tanzania. But we can see that over other areas, we are now expecting wetter than usual conditions. And then this will go all the way to the 3rd week of February. And then of note, we are now producing these sub-seasonal forecasts operationally, and you'll be able to get these updates on the East Africa Hazards Watch. And they are really critical from the previous co-production that we have done in terms of the tactical decision making. And then looking at the onset of the rainfall season, what we can see is that we are expecting a northward progression of the onset of the season. So over parts of Tanzania, it's already raining, so it's a continuous season from the previous season. But parts of Burundi and Rwanda, their season has already started. And then we are expecting onset to progress northwards, with parts of Kenya having onset, Kenya and Uganda having onset around the 2nd week of February. And then when we look at spread, what we see is that the largest spread in this onset is over parts of Kenya, and then also parts of Ethiopia, some parts of Uganda. So that is where we have the largest spread. And then when we look at the least spread is seen over the areas where we say like onset has already been established. And then also of note, we can see also Somalia has also the least spread. And then in terms of the onset probability, what we are seeing is that over most parts, we are expecting near normal to early onset, except for a few regions, a few localized areas in Ethiopia, South Sudan, and then also parts of Somalia. So when we look at the probability of exceedance, so this is the chance that we will have rainfall that is greater than 200 millimeters or 400 millimeters. What we see is that the chance of exceeding 200 millimeters is quite high over most parts of the region, where we are expecting over 80% chance of exceeding the 200 millimeters in most areas, except for a few pockets where we're looking at the Asaus in Kenya, and then also parts of Somalia, and then Ethiopia, where we don't expect, where the chance of exceeding that is quite low. And then now when you look at the climatological difference, so that is the map on your right, where we are looking at what is the chance of, from the historical to exceed that. We can see that the chance is higher over the western parts and is lower over the eastern parts. So the blue signifies that you will have a higher chance, and then the red signifies lower chance. And then for 400, also thinking about the total rainfall that we normally receive, we can see that most areas don't exceed 400 millimeters. So those are the white regions that you are seeing. But we can see the areas that actually exceed the 400 millimeters, the chance of exceeding that is also greater than 80%. And then when you compare with the historical, you see that the chances are higher than the historical time period. And then now, in terms of the dry and wet spells, so what we can see here is that most areas will not have very long dry spells. The only area of real concern is over parts of Tanzania, where we see the dry spells will be between 10 and 12 days. So that will be the maximum dry spell that we're expecting. And then in terms of the maximum wet spells, so maximum wet spells, in this case, we calculate them as consecutive days that will receive 5 millimeters or more. So we can see that the only area that will receive 5 millimeters or more is over the southern parts of Tanzania, where we are expecting 10 to 15 days with at least 5 millimeters. The rest of the areas, we are expecting 4 days, less than 4 days. And then looking at the temperature outlook, so for temperature, what we are expecting is most of the region is expected to have warmer than usual conditions. So we can see the probabilities are quite high over parts of Sudan, Tanzania, and then areas in Somalia, Kenya, and then also Ethiopia. And then over parts of Ethiopia, we are also expecting cooler than usual conditions. Then in summary, we are expecting wetter than normal conditions over parts of Djibouti, most parts of Ethiopia, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, central to western Kenya, and northern areas of Somalia. And then we're expecting near normal conditions over parts of western and eastern South Sudan, northernmost parts of Kenya, Somalia, coastal Tanzania, and then also isolated areas in Uganda and Ethiopia. We are also expecting depressed rainfall over the coastal areas of Kenya. And then in terms of onset, most of the areas are expected to have normal to early onset, with only a few areas that are expected to have delayed onset. And then for temperatures, most parts of the region are expected to be warmer than usual, with only a few areas in Ethiopia that are expected to be cooler than usual. And then looking at the mum season, when Stefan was presented, you could see that in terms of the drivers, ENSO and also IOD, we could see that there were a few areas where the predictability was high. So with this in mind, please keep in mind that we'll also issue out an updated forecast. And then also, we encourage you also to follow the sub-seasonal forecast, which will give more information in terms of the evolution of the season. Thank you very much, and back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Maslin, for this great work. This comprised the work that the scientists have been doing maybe over the past month. And so can we clap for them, for Maslin, Stefan, Natalia, and all the scientists that have put their brains together to come up with this expectation, what we expect in MAM season over the Great Horn of Africa. So now, let's have a word on this for discussion for 15 or 10 or 15 minutes. What's your feel? Having seen your country, the expectation in all the components that went into that, it's time for question and your contribution. Maybe I borrow from my previous moderators to go row by row. From this, you can raise your hand. We have 1, 2. Let's finish. I think we finish row by row. Then when we move, we move. Welcome, sir. Introduce yourself and then you direct your question to either the first station or the second station.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you as well, presenters, for your excellent presentation. I have one question to Dr. Maslin. Dr. Maslin, as well, thank you for your excellent presentation, as well as good news for our region. We are expecting as March, April, May 2026 will be above normal rainfall, so we will benefit more. So one question on the temperature forecast. You mentioned as we are going to expect below normal temperature, or the temperature will be cooler in the coming March, April, May, potentially over the northern as well as northeastern portions of Ethiopia. I tried to look the scale of the enemy models as well as their prediction. For example, CANSIPS and TMC only predict as there will be below normal temperature. However, the others predict above normal temperature. So the question is, could you please consider the scale of those two models, because they are sometimes giving mixed information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another hand here in front. Madam Piara, can you? Let's be brief so that we can give us time for others.
Thank you very much. I can see from the outlook of the season, ma'am, that Sudan has, as usual, they have no rainy season in that season, but I think I want you to mention something about the end of the season in May. Is there any start of the season in May in the south part of Sudan? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. So I'll let Dr. Maslin to respond to those two questions, then we move to next row. Or Stefan, if you can contribute, but mostly we are directed to Dr. Maslin.
So thank you very much for the question. So Dr. Asamano, you mentioned like considering the skills. So yes, when we produce the forecast, we do look at the skills of the different models. And then from there, we consolidate the ones that we think the skills are best for that season. So yes, we did take care of the skills of the models. And then in terms of the start of the rainy season over Sudan, so the southern parts, if I remember very well, it didn't pick the onset, so most likely what was happening is the criteria that we use for calculating the onset was slightly higher. So we are using 20 millimeters in 3 days, and there's no dry spell of 7 days in the next 21 days. So what we'll do is in the next forecast, we'll try also, like when we do the updates, we'll see if we can also lower the thresholds and see if also Sudan, those parts will be picked. Because the part that was picked was northwestern, and from the forecasters, they said that it's an oasis in that place. That's why we are picking the onset in those areas. But when we rerun, we can see if we can reduce for the areas that are dry. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maslin. That's why we're here, so that they can have contribution from members. This row, please raise your hand. We have 1, 2, 3. Let's start with the middle. Oh, we come back to this? Okay.
Thank you, Maslin. My name is Tafari from Ilri. It's more a question probably for from the method that has been already suggested on the objective approach. So apologies on my voice. So I see the 3 methods that has been highlighted, where average with equal weight, regardless of historical scale, regional performance, and variable specific accuracy. So I thought this method would have some challenge. So would it be possible to consider a skill-based weighting in the average? One is, that's one of my suggestions is that. That means we have to do some kind of weight methodology for the handicast performance and see which of them has a better skill. And the second one is if we could kind of look a region with a specific weight. So that means it allows region-specific weights, and this can be done also with CCA and other approaches. So would these approaches can be considered in the objective forecasting? Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Teferi. I think then we take another question. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Philip from the water sector in Kenya. I want to appreciate Stefan and Marceline for the great insights. I really get worried when I hear about low predictability of MAM. And I would like to maybe hear from you what has been our forecast skill, maybe for the last 3 years. Probably you can give us in terms of a range. Thank you.
Let's take the third one, then we allow for response. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the presenters because her presentation is very nice. After saying this, I have one question. My question is, during MAM season, one of the contributor for enhancing or declining the rainfall is the tropical cyclone or depression across southwestern Indian Ocean. At this time, there is depression across those areas. Did you see this condition on your forecast? Because this is very crucial. Means it is a main rainy season for most East African countries. That is why did you see this condition to produce your forecast? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we take the three, and we are moving with this row. We can respond to the question from Dr. Teferi and the other two. Teferi was on skills. I hope you got them. The second one was on predictability of MAM. And the third is consideration of tropical cyclone. What did you see about tropical cyclone over the southwestern Indian Ocean? I think I got them somehow. So please, Karibu.
So I'll start with the question from Teferi. So I think it's an area that we are currently researching on. So we have also been working on trying other methods. One of the methods we are trying is also the Karin method. So we are also trying to do like the skill-based weighting for each one of the models. So that is an active area of research that we are working on. So most likely with the other GHACOFs will also improve. So the same with when we also introduced the Western V gradient, that was also because of research. So we are also working on that, and soon we'll have the skill-based averaging. And then in terms of forecast skills in MAM, unfortunately this time around we didn't include that slide. If I had that slide, would have shown like the skills throughout the previous MAMs. And I cannot remember really offhand the ranges of the skills in the MAM season. I don't know if any of the forecasters can remember offhand.
The scientists who are present here, who have worked in here, can you remember? Okay, maybe we can keep networking on that.
Yes, but it definitely depends with each season. For example, if you look at some of the seasons like MAM 2020, the skills were high. And then also like MAM 2024, those skills should have been above 70%. So it depends with the season. And then in terms of tropical cyclones, so these ones, you can see them at the beginning of this season, but then it will be difficult to propagate the tropical cyclone all the way to the end of the season. So much like the MJO, you will be able to predict it to a few weeks, but you cannot predict it all the way to the end of the season. So in this case, we have an idea of maybe there are forecasts that say we can get these many tropical cyclones. But then the issue is we also don't know the track of these tropical cyclones. So that track also is very important in terms of determining the amount of rainfall that we'll receive over this region. So yes, we kind of incorporate, but we cannot incorporate all the way to the end of the season. Yeah.
So the sub-seasonal analysis is very important in this area. So we have finished this second row. Because of time, I think we have to be now. Dr. Linda, you will guide us how we do, because this is a very interesting topic. We finish one here, bear with me, then we move to the last two rows.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Lucas from KMD. I just have a remark to make. We are aware that OND failed. Rains were below normal, especially in Kenya, the northern parts, southeastern parts. But now we are again seeing depressed rainfall. So I think it's very important that, because at the moment camels are dying, so we expect a disaster. We expect a disaster if MAM will be depressed on those areas. I also have a question about ENSO. I thought maybe ENSO affects only OND. I'm not sure whether it has got some influence for MAM. And also when you are doing the weighting, canonical correlation, linear regression, logical regression, it is like you've given them equal weights. So I don't know whether it was fair or scientifically it is correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now that's for Marceline and the team to integrate what has been.
We are waiting.
Okay, now the second question on this part, Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to congratulate Marceline for a very clear presentation. It appears that most of the region is going to enjoy good rains, apart from the Kenyan coast. And it has been very dry there, like Okach says. Is there a particular reason why they should not enjoy normal rainfall at the coast of Kenya? Thank you. What do you attribute that dryness to?
Thank you, John. You try to be very brief. That is taken. I think we move forward. We can, tumependelea sana hapo. Let's also give chance to others in front so that we can move. We have participants in front here.
Great. Great. Thank you so much. My question relates to the previous question about the forecast of below average rains in Kenya, or in the coastal areas of Kenya. I guess I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the skill of that forecast of below average rains. The reason why I asked that is when I looked at the monthly forecasts, as well as the 3 forecasts that fed into that regional seasonal forecast, I didn't see those coastal areas standing out strongly. And so that led me to wonder if the skill was quite low in those areas. And I think that's quite important to understand because, as was noted by KMD, these areas have seen very severe drought to date. And so if there's a forecast of another below average rains, and if we have confidence in that, this is really the time we should be advocating very strongly for anticipatory action. That said, if we don't think those forecasts are particularly skillful, I think we then need to be very careful on our advocacy for anticipatory action. And so I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the skill of that forecast of below average rains in the coastal areas of Kenya. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Madam. The question is taken. The question of skills is coming back. And
thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Amkhadar, and I thank you, Marceline, for presenting that detailed, positive presentation for the season. And actually, I'm asking, particularly the SPI forecast that you gave, actually, the correlation between the seasonal forecast and the forecast for the SPI differs a little bit in terms of Somalia. Therefore, the 6 months is, I could see some difference in that term. So I could see 6 months is forecast for SBI, which is depressing, rather than the forecast, the seasonal forecast showing normal to above normal for Somalia. Thank you.
So what do you think, Dr. Maslin? Is it mouthful? You can respond to those first. Yes.
Yes, let me
Then we have the last session, the last batch of the question before we wind up.
Yeah.
Karibu.
Yes, so let me start from Lucas. So yes, you are right that the influence of ENSO is really minimum during the MAM season. It's higher during OND. I think Stefan can also speak more on this. So even the slides he showed, the correlations were just over a few areas really, but not the whole region. And then I think you also emphasized on the question that Dr. Teferi asked, like, is it fair to give equal weighting? So for now, it's fair as we still advance our research. So we'll continuously improve. The way I refer to that, like we are also testing the Karin method, which also is kind of calibrating according to the scale of each model at that area. So as time goes on, we'll continuously also improve. Maybe in a year, we'll also be saying now, we are not giving the equal weights to the 3 different methods. And then the SPI from Canada. So the SPI was not completely focused. So we are looking at persistence. So what we are doing is we are combining what was happening in the past and then also the future. So you could see like from now we are moving from dry conditions, and then the focus is showing at least near normal. But then cumulatively, what we are still getting is drier than usual conditions in the SPI. That's why I said we are looking at more of the hydrological. So for it to recover hydrologically, it might occur after May. But within the forecast, the SPI, we did not show them. They were not showing very dry conditions over parts of Somalia. But because this one, we are also looking at persistence of what was happening in the past, then we can see those dry conditions still popping up. And then the Kenyan costs, there were 2 questions for that, like the scales. So in terms of the March, April, May, so like what we were saying, like predictability during this season is also not as high as the October, November, December. But after calibrating, we found that that coastal area, we are getting below normal rainfall. So in terms of skill, skill is a bit lower when you look at even the historical time period. But at least when you calibrate, this is what you get. And then also, maybe just also to highlight, even when we're looking at the near normal, the areas where we're indicating near normal, you could also see that they are near normal, but also the chance of also getting drier than usual conditions were also higher. So we could get the 30% also, and then also another 30% for above normal. So I think in this case, like what we have always emphasized, like, because this is a probabilistic forecast, what the probabilistic forecast is showing is that there's a likelihood of this happening, but it doesn't rule out the other TESAs from happening. So in this case, I would advocate for the scenario planning that we have always advocated for, like when planning also have a scenario for the next highest TESA, so that you are not caught offhand when this does not materialize. So I would say to Brenda, yes, you can look at the anticipatory action, but also look at the different scenarios of what the outcome could look like. And then in terms of the drivers, there could be local drivers that are driving the dryness over those regions. So we'll look more into what exactly the drivers are. Yeah.
Thank you, Maslin, for the responses. I think this is the technical part, colleagues, and the discussion can go on since we are improving the GHACOF process, and then we can also have some hurdles and have some technical exchange with the scientists. So bear with me. We have a very short time. Take two last questions, considering gender, one female and one male. From this side. And then the rest of the discussion we can continue. I understand Dr. Linda is having his bell here.
Good afternoon. And my name is Abdul Ali Chama. I'm from Somalia. And first I want to thank the presenter, Dr. Masalin. And I'm from the northern east of Somalia. So my question related to the start of the rainy season, the MAM. And for the past years, we have been experiencing that the rain ends in June, and the MAM is ending in May. So can we get forecasts for also June? Because we see some changing of the climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lady from this side. We have not heard from this, a lady who is brave enough to take this opportunity, take the chance. Oh, now the chance is going to gentlemen. We had a hand from Dr. There, in the middle. Where you are standing, Dr. Linda? Yes. Yes, please. You can ask your question, the last one.
Thank you very much, moderator. Actually, my question was already asked, but let me also take this opportunity to thank the presenters, the UK Met Office guy, Stefan and his colleague. Very clear presentation. In fact, I consider this session as the most important session of GHACOF 72. It's a key information that's coming from the scientific side. So I think my question is already addressed. It was the same. The forecast provided shows more of green. The big picture is more of green. That means normal above normal. And yet, the SPA shows some kind of drought situation. So I wanted to ask that, but it's already addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think, Dr. Linda, we are done with this session, so we can close it up. And then I know there are a lot of discussions which we'll go through, and you can have a networking and a chat with the scientists. Dr. Maslin, Stefan, and Natalia are still in the room. And with that, I would like to thank you for this important session, technical session, and we build up from here as we see how this focus will impact our respective sectors in the respective countries. Thank you very much.
So,
Marceline.
so there was a question from Somalia, the northeastern part. So you are right that your season is April, May, June. So you'll see from your country forecast, they should be able to provide also the April, May, June, because the onset of Somalia is mostly from April, not from May. And then the season continues to June. Yeah, that was the part.
Thank you, Marceline. I almost forgot that some other countries will find that they are out of the season rains, and you wonder what is happening with the season. Has it changed? Has the climate change affected? So there are all those questions, similar questions that will be tackled with by scientists, and we appreciate. Can you clap for the scientists once again? So this marks the end of the session, of the State of Climate session. And then the ICPAC will guide us on the next session. Please welcome as we move forward. Asante. Will you also clap for the moderator? Asante.
Okay, thank you. Let us appreciate the work of moderators, Timisa, Ulipat, for that well-guided session. Can we appreciate him? And the presenters. It was very, very much interactive, and that is the purpose of the session. Next, can you just highlight the rooms? Okay, we are going to breakout sessions. DRM. Is it the right? Okay, fine. Here we shall have three rooms here. There is first room, then in the middle there is second room, then at the end there is a third room. So the first room is where we have this kind of screen here in the front, is DRM. Then agriculture, Victoria, it will be in the middle. Then water at the end. Other sectors, health is Tweaker. If you can't find Tweaker, you can get the sector, there is Dr. Linda here. You can follow Dr. Linda, you will get the room. Then climate change is Nyati. Where is Dr. Polino? Just stand up so that they can see you. Okay, fine. We will get you the room. Then RCC Business Center, this Regional Climate Center, we have a representative from Regional Climate Center. Dr. Marceline, just stand up. On Regional Climate Center, you will go to the Business Center. Okay, she has just left the stage, she will guide you. Media, Kivaru, Emebet, where's Emebet? Just stand up. You will just follow Emebet. This session will continue even after lunch. Make sure that you go to your specific room, register, you will get the meal coupons from that particular room. After lunch, we'll just go back and continue. Livestock. Oh, you have been given VIP. Wamarwa, where is Wamarwa? Dr. Wamarwa, just stand up. Wherever you are, okay, fine. Just get hold of Dr. Wamarwa. Okay, I'm being guided that RCC will meet after lunch at 2. So you will choose which sector you are going. Maybe you are a climate expert in livestock or agriculture, you will just choose the room you are going. And other partners, if you are not sure, you can contact me so that I can guide you where you can belong. Okay, we have lost spectacles. Please, if you find them, just hand them over to me, then I will give the honor. You got it? Okay, me, I lost mine in South Sudan. I have never got it. So make a point of bringing mine. Thank you so much. I wish you a successful liberation. Okay. The next thing that if you have your laptop, your staff, please take it to your sector rooms. If you are conflict, climate-induced conflict and displacement, there is a link you can join Andrew Malinga. You can join. If you don't have that link, you can come to me so that I can share that link. Thank you so much. Go and come up with the sector-specific advisories so that we can help our people within the region. Thank you.
Will the participants who are here from youth, please come and meet Charity in this table. If you came under youth, please come and meet Charity in this table where I am.
John, stop recording as in.
Hiyo ni ya nani kabasi?
Hola.
Hola. Ati alitoka kwa Marcus.
Hii ni ya dadake basi. Ile yake bado ni pro sana.
Namalizia kwa.
Nyingi imegonga imefika. Haishafika 50. Rudi 50. Gonga. But this one I can take now.
I have to request.
Or it will not be possible to use it.
Disordered with everything. No, there is a this one works. Okay.
I'm looking for Marceline. Who's Marceline?
Marceline is the one dressed in black.
That lady.
So today I'm Julie. The DRM team, can we settle, please, for announcement? DRM, 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 DRM. Disaster risk management. The front rows are for the DRMs. Hello, hello. DRM, let's settle. DRM, let's settle.
Closing here. Why are you disturbing my sector? Let them close first.
As they do that, that is what they should do. Ask all of them. I don't think whether DRM have a seat. DRM we can settle at the front, and then we.
So we go for lunch straight. Yeah, just
So, good afternoon. If you can hear me, say aye. Good. I have good news for us. For the DRM, I have good news. The good news is we are going for lunch now.
Yes, we will sit here.
That's a good news. Then you come back at 2. We start our session.
Good afternoon.
So as
Good
you walk,
afternoon, agriculture sector.
As you walk out, pick your lunch voucher, go for lunch. Let's meet
So
here at 2
I suggest
p.m.
we go for lunch, just
Good
like
news.
the DRM.
Good news.
We go for lunch as they partition the room. Yes, yes. So let's just pick our vouchers. We go for lunch, and we come back at 1:50. So let's take our lunch, come back at 1:50.
Outside there. Which session? Agriculture in the middle. Okay. Good job. Nice to see you.
I said 1:50.
Sorry, did you say for agriculture and food security?
Yes. We come back at 1:50.
150.
Yes.
150. Mimi naitwa mkutano saa 8 bwana lakini sikia tu kwanza kwa sababu ya nia waziri. Your idea watahepa. Hatutakuwa ni waziri tu. Actually tulikuwa tukutane kesho. Na hii vitu ya Northeastern huko. Okay. Watu wameenda huko jana. Hii aja. Sasa unaweza mambo kidogo joto hata weekend. Hata hizo